Take your time. We're all very good. We go. We've got 10 minutes. Morning. All right. We're live and it's just gone 10 o'clock. I feel like I'm announcing the news. News of next minute.
Shall we do the with sounds or whatever?
Yes, welcome everybody. There's a bit of running around this morning to get our IT going. So if you're noticing anything online, or the sound might not be good, we do apologise. We're doing the best that we can. We've got you hooked up, it's being recorded, so that's a win in our books. So thank you, staff, for that. Let us begin. Rākaihautū. Pātaka te hau ki te iu, Pātaka te hau ki te tono, Pia mā kini ki te tono, Pia mā tata ki te tai, He hia ahi ahi te ahatura, He tio, He uka, He hareura. Kia ora. Welcome everybody in the room. Thank you very much for coming today. Thanks elected members, staff and those joining us live. Good morning. Hope it's a good morning for everybody. Beautiful morning here in Aotearoa. Today it's definitely starting to feel like summer. We have apologies today from Howard, and Tyrone is joining us via Zoom at a certain point. Gillian is joining us via Zoom as well. So hopefully you can hear us when you're joining us via Zoom too. Let us know, send us a message, text us if you're having any trouble at all. Right, let's begin with our wonderful open forum today. I'm so excited about what we're going to be hearing about. Who have we got? Andrea, Victoria, come on up, talk to us about copper wire phone services. My copper wires are not connecting properly this morning, excuse me.
Well, thank you, and especially thank you to the community board for sending out the survey a couple of months ago, because a lot of people have been in the dark, so to speak, about what's going on with our copper wire service. Many of whom, I'm one of them, still receive broadband and internet and phone over copper wires. And it's been hit and miss, but over the past year, Spark has finally kind of gotten it together via course to provide a fairly good service where we live up Dragon Valley. But I was also disturbed to see in the survey that the service is to be discontinued in March 2025. And where we live, copper wire or fiber optics start just below our property, and it's around $3,000 or more if we want to actually connect to fiber. And I'm not going to pay that kind of money. If people get it for free, I don't see why people in proximity should be charged a horrendous rate to be able to be hooked up to it. So a few days ago, I attempted to contact Chorus to find out what was going on. So I put in a request, but it got rejected because they would not recognize my rural address. So there's no phone number, there's no email, there's no way to contact Chorus if you don't go through the online request service. So I actually made a complaint with the Telecommunications Dispute Resolution Board and instantly got a response saying, what's the problem? And I explained I can't contact Chorus because they won't accept my home address where I've lived for nearly 30 years. So they in turn contacted Spark, and I got an immediate response from somebody at Spark saying, oh, but you're not on the list. And I said, well, I'd like an update because we rely on our copper wire service. Oh, we haven't gotten to where you live and we'll be in touch in due course. And I said, do you mean 6 months, 2 years, or 10 years? Oh, we don't know yet. So it's a very ambiguous situation. I mean, we are fairly close to Aotearoa, 1.2 kilometers away. But my concern also is with all the people around Banks Peninsula in really remote and isolated communities who have no other option. And for all that's going on with regard to Spark and Chorus and all the providers, I think they could put a little bit of money and time and energy into communication with their customers. a tricky one. So I really would like to thank you and commend the board for initiating this discussion. And all I would ask is that all we want as customers is maintaining the same level of service and basically the same terms and relating to the cost of providing that service. We have nothing in terms of communication, except I did find an old article I copied out of Consumer Magazine from about 3 years ago. That's been it in terms of communication. And also, very briefly, I'd like to thank the board for their support in initiating the visitor information desk set up here in the ground floor. I think the community board support was critical, and the council accepting our proposal, and we'll see how it goes on a trial basis. So thank you.
We may have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Yes, just want to make a comment that survey was from me, not from the board.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So the chorus is coming later, and I have quite a lot of questions here, and then hopefully we'll get some answers.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, and hopefully it'll be published in the Afro Mail, because I think a lot of people would like to know what's going on, and we're just not being informed.
Yes, hopefully. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for it.
This is another question. We have Joe coming to us later this morning from Chorus. So I guess in particular, what specifically around communication, if you were going to say this would be the perfect type of communication we would love to see from them, what would that look like to you personally and to the community, to you?
I would like a rough time frame.
Okay, yeah.
Spark referred me to their website, and it had these little red dots around Aparella, and it gave me my broadband speed, which I already know. But there was no other information on the website. And I emailed back and I said, what are these little red dots? And they said, oh, those are the affected parties right now. And I said, but it doesn't say that on the website. I mean, the communication is really, really poor. I think what we need is a general time frame and how they propose to withdraw the copper wire incrementally and from which areas. It seems like they're starting in the town center of Aparella and working their way out, but they haven't told us that. And they haven't clearly told us what our options are. And if it's possible to retain our old handset for the old, which my partner has difficulty using now, if we can retain our equipment, and is it going to be compatible with whatever service they intend to provide to us? And what's the ballpark cost? Are we going to have to pay double the cost? We have no information whatsoever.
Right, yeah.
And I don't think in this day and age of highly paid consultants and PR people, that's acceptable.
No, that's very clear. Thank you.
And especially for those people in the outer bays, they really need to know. And those people living on a pension or less than a pension, they need to know what the cost is going to be and if they can afford to do it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming and asking and clarifying that.
Thank you.
Discuss.
Yeah, and thanks to ASIF again for the survey.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Corinne. Hugh Waghorn, coming to talk to us about Drummond's Ward.
Oh, that's me. Do I sit there?
Yeah.
Witness to the defence?
Yes, we called you to the.
So I'm here on behalf of you, who is going to do this job, but I actually have been talking to you about it, and I was the initiator of the process of getting that wharf or jetty down there renamed Davis. Now, you may have seen the Acro Mail, October or something or other, wonderfully produced by the man behind me, and there was an article in there which gave all the information. But just in the meantime, or just now, there's a blank piece of paper, and in here somewhere there's a document that I wrote, and I'll read it to you because it might be a bit better if I did. So I and others maintain that Drummond's Jetty got that name because it needed a label. All the work going on with the wharves demands a lot of discussion amongst all parties involved. So instead of it being Jetty A, B or C or 1, 2 or 3, it was better to identify it by giving it a name. And it's Drummond's. The Drummonds were a wonderful and generous family in Ackroa, but they had no association with this jetty other than having lived close by. In the late 1950s, Rex Davis, who lived where Bully Hayes is now, built a ramp and established a dinghy hire business, which was at the same location exactly of this new jetty. In the mid-1960s, a man named Ray Bisman bought the ramp, demolished it and built a jetty for the purpose of taking people for rides in jet boats. And later on, it was taken over by a chap called Walter Muller, who had Mount Vernon, and he also used it for similar purposes. A bit further along the road, Beach Road, Rex Davis also owned the Ackroa service station, which in the early days pumped Shell, Plume, Victory, Texaco, ESO, and Europa petrol brought to Ackroa in 44-gallon drums. Later, he rebuilt the business and took on the BP franchise, after which he sold it to Bob Smith together with the Residence, which is now Bully Hayes. A bit further along the road, Beach Road, Rex bought 2 sections and erected a building containing shops below and with his residence above, which is still there today and is now owned by John Hutton, who is a non-residential ratepayer and lives in Christchurch. Rex is one of 13 children belonging to Ackroa's baker, Fred Davis and his wife Ethel. Ironic, isn't it? 13 children to a baker. The Davis seniors were essential members of the Ackroa community as they ran the Ackroa bakery and the Kowai tea rooms, which was also a function centre. As they grew up, most of the children had jobs in the bakery, either with the bread making or the cake and pie making. Before going to the Second World War, Rex was a pie maker, and for the rest of his life he was given that name, Pie Davis. Rex Davis was elected to the Ackroa Borough Council in 1917, and in 1923, because of internal issues with the council, he was mayor for 1 year. 1932, George Armstrong, my grandfather, died while in office. Fred Davis stood to replace him as mayor and held the job until 1946, when he also died suddenly. He had been mayor of Ackroa for 14 years. Of the 13 children, 4 remained in Ackroa, 3 boys, including Rex, and a daughter, Coralie, known as Patty. Everybody knew Patty Drummond. He didn't call her Coralie though, she didn't like that name. Patty became Mrs. Drummond and together with her husband Jack ran 2 shops supplying women's and men's clothing and all the accessories, haberdashery and stuff. Patty lived her entire life, over 100 years, I think she was 103, in the same house, 53 Beach Road, where the pharmacy is now. Having been raised there as a child and then all her life as an adult. Rex's 2 brothers, Peter and Vince, were full-time fishermen and were also valued members of the Ackroa community. Fred Davis was the 3rd to last mayor of Ackroa. George Armstrong, prior to this, is remembered by having a street named after him, Armstrong Crescent. Bob Bruce and Bill Newton were the 2 mayors immediately before Ackroa amalgamated with the council, Ackroa County Council, and those family names are well preserved in Ackroa with streets named after them. So I hope you all here today can agree that the Davis name is worthy of being kept in perpetuity by giving that name to the jetty, which is associations with them anyway. It would be good to have the name gazetted in maps and charts. Also, members of the Davis family still living would like to erect a plaque on the wall containing relevant information to users of the jetty. I have made contact with the remaining members of the Drummond family, John and Verity. Verity lives in Aperua. John would prefer the jetty to be named Drummond, but accepts there is merit in giving it to the Davis name and will not contest the move to do that. If you all agree in the naming the Davis jetty, family members I have talked to, as I said, have offered to pay a suitably inscribed plaque to be placed in some part of the structure approved by the community board, including in the park would be the Drummond name in relation to Patty, one of the family, the Davis. So that's it. The only other issue is that Hugh has taken the liberty of naming it already. If you've been down there, the fence around it has got Davis landed on it. And then next door, it's got Drummond's jetty. So a bit of conflict there with ideals. Jetty, of course, it's not a wall, never will be, because a wall is parallel or adjacent to the land. The jetty is a small wall which is ideal for landing or using the people disembarking boats. A pier is bigger and have entertainment stuff on it. And Hugh's idea of being a landing is a North American term for that same structure. So there we go. That's a witness from the fence.
Thank you. And it's Jean, is it?
Yeah.
Jan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, sorry. Yes, thank you very much for coming and talking about that today, Jan. Appreciate your willingness to come here and represent you and the issue. Let's see what questions we have.
I actually have a question to start with. In this situation, what normally would happen?
You need to ask for staff advice on renaming the jetty. Just make note that it is in a coastal marine area and it is high significance to Darwin, so they would have to name it the jetty.
No, I was just going to thank you. It sounds like the Davis family has quite a long association with Aperua. And thank you for, I didn't realise the difference between piers and wharves. Jetties, thank you, very informative.
It's just a matter of interest. I was talking to you this morning, somebody might know who can confirm that the floating platform is going to be in before the 18th of December when it's going to be open. Anybody know about that?
We're getting a briefing today.
We will have an idea. There's a briefing today.
Hey, I got forgetful hearing aids.
We're getting a briefing today, Jay. We're getting a briefing on the update.
Yeah.
So what we can do here is ask staff advice about whether this is something that we are delegated to do or not, or how we go about renaming something, how we can be helpful in that, or if we can suggest something else. You've got a lot of information there, so that's always going to help. And community feedback as well about how they feel, especially with Drummond's Walk name already, all helpful in that process. So we'll see what we can do to overcome some hurdles for you.
The community feedback has been after the Aperua Mail. There's only one letter from a daughter of John Drummond, who is I've been talking to. I've had to reply to that, because it's not necessary.
Okay.
So I think that, and I'm very happy to pass on any further information. And I've got this here, so I'll send it through this.
So we've got the update from staff today. It's scheduled for 2 o'clock. So I don't know if you can go back to hear the update on how it is.
Okay.
Or watch it online. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, then what we do.
Yes.
So we're done and dusted?
Yep.
Yes.
Great go.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
He was my first before that, so.
Okay, next we're going to hear about Richard Martin Historic Reserve. Janice. Come on up, Janice. Thank you for your time today.
It's all on, I'll send you the folder, it's all on there. But that's no good to you.
No, I can take this. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I prefer that side of the table to this, so bear with me. Okay, so this is about the Britomart Monument and Reserve site that we have on the beach road. Due to the national significance of the Britomart Reserve and its concerned citizens, and for some of us descendants, for some as descendants of original French settlers, we have formed a group known as Friends of Britomart. The Britomart Reserve is the first place in the South Island where British sovereignty was demonstrated with an act of civil authority for stalling the French. This group has been operating for over a year, with our first meeting on site on the 2nd of April 2024, and a photo was included of that meeting. Following a complaint from Mary Richardson, the CEO, on the Union Jack flag being replaced, we have met with council staff as stakeholders on the restoration of the monument. Joe Grigg, Senior Project Manager, Botanic Gardens and Mona Vale, regarding the monument restoration, as well as communications with Wolfgang Bob, Director of the Botanic Gardens and Garden Parks. And we also have met with Stephen Gray, CCC Project Manager for Tapaniki, and Rick Tainui, Inuka Chair, on the integration of the Britomart with Tapaniki. We formally ask that the Friends of the Britomart become the Reserve Management Committee for the Britomart Historic Reserve and Monument. Our aspirations are to preserve this incredibly important part of our national history and have our voices heard in the preservation and celebration of the site and integration with other projects such as Tapaniki. We wish our group acknowledged formally and be facilitated to establish the Reserve Committee. We want the Friends of Britomart to be recognised as a key stakeholder in the design work and restoration of the monument, and we wish for the descendants of this important part of our nation's heritage to be included in decision making. We understand that the Britomart Historic Reserve is a separate legal title managed by Christchurch City Council and has no reserve committee. And we understand that Al Hardy, or Christchurch City Council Parks Manager, is Senior Manager for the Britomart Historic Reserve. I also believe that Linda Sutherland has tabled a letter in regard to the request that we be acknowledged as Friends of the Britomart and Reserve Management Committee for the Historic Reserve and Monument.
Okay.
Thank you for flying the flag. It's great community, but it has been sort of pushed into the corner a little bit with you on that. And so you, what is the formal process around, was that something that
We'll provide some staff advice on that.
started that? Thank you again. Yeah.
Can I add to the pushing of the flag? But I did so too when I was on the community board. And some plans were put in place, but it was lost in.
There has been some work done, and it's done, and I'm sure if you watch the briefing today, there'll be some commentary from Steve Gray or some of the others around that. I mean, this is going to come out for public consultation. For the ongoing management of it, which is what you're talking about, I believe, is what you're requesting as a reserve committee. Thank you very much.
Great. So we heard at the table here that you, as a group, would like to be formally acknowledged. Your aim is to preserve, celebrate and integrate with other important historical places like Tapaniki. And that there's a letter being tabled. Great. Lovely. Does that cover everything for you today?
Yeah, that's good.
So we're going to get staff advice about how, we can help, and we can help with that, and what we can do, and we'll be in touch again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate you being at that end of the table.
Thank you, Liz.
Right, moving right along, doing well for time here today, everybody. We have Michael Healy, coming to talk to us about smart Christchurch. Nope, not online yet.
Not
yet.
Yeah,
Maybe because we're ahead of time. Let me just confirm with staff, I'll be right back.
Hi team, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I have to jump off at 11 for about half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, just heads up, that's all.
Okay, I'm gonna break for 5 minutes, see we're so efficient and we'll make time for an next. Right, I'm like, that's right. And Ken's just unmuting it. And let it all go.
Full bore, full noise.
Lovely. Welcome, gentlemen. If you would like to introduce yourself and by the understanding your piece to talk to us about the Christchurch program.
Indeed.
Welcome, Peninsula.
Thank you. Kia ora. I'm Michael Healy. I'm the manager of the Innovation and Improvement Function at Council.
Kia ora, I'm Wayne Hamilton. I'm Senior Advisor for Fire and Emergency. Also have an apology from Mark Thompson, who's the chief here from Akaroa, as a lot of you know, from the Peninsula. But he's feeling a bit under the weather, so we've brought Tony along.
Tony Williams, Station Officer Akaroa, so I'm just here representing the Akaroa Brigade.
Before we head into it,
Just want a disclaimer, I'm now the fire chief for Peninsula Brigade.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that.
Yeah.
wonderful. So just before we get into the presentation, we are going to kind of talk about these sensors and early fire detection and environmental monitoring mainly. But just to give you a bit of context around the Smart Christchurch program. So the program started in 2016, just with some central government funding, and over the course of years it's built up to a team of around 5 people. And basically we just trial new technologies and approaches, for the challenges of the city and the TLA, and the opportunities they present as well. So think of us like the research and development arm of council. So we'll talk more about this now, but again, through questions, I'm happy to take any questions at the end once we get through everything. But just to kick off, again, I don't need to tell you much about this, but this is just giving some context for external audiences. Just talking a little bit about the district, and I suppose the key thing is that we are a very large, territory. And thanks to Peninsula in terms of the amount of area we have to cover, and the challenges and opportunities here is top of mind for today's presentation. So first of all, we'll talk about early fire detection sensors. So we'll just start off with a bit of, hopefully this works now. These are just some shots, I suppose, of the aftermath of the 2017 Port Hills fires. And as I said, the program was active here, and we did think at the time, the amount of damage and impact on Christchurch, we thought, surely, there must be some way to actually help protect people, or at least get ahead of it. So we kind of looked at the lessons here and talked to a few different people, and we came across this. I'll let this flash through. So, obviously, Wayne obviously was in the thick of things. I suppose some of the reflections from that one.
Yeah, so with that fire, and that is obviously, it's quite a large event, and it's really seeing how the fire affects the community is the big thing, and of course it affected a lot of people that see it from North Christchurch, people who are out of their homes, out of their workplaces, that sort of thing. So really important to, from a fire emergency perspective, we were very thankful when Christchurch City Council team approached us, and to work collaboratively with Christchurch City over the years since with this project is absolutely outstanding, and we have seen definitely wins of it. But the impact of that goes, and it's all else. If we can lessen the impact, get early warning on stuff, that can mean a better result, which is obviously what you're doing this year's for.
I suppose, and again, some of the key stats in terms of the impact of the fire. And I suppose it's one thing about property and trees and native bush being damaged, but I suppose that homes, their lives, their livelihoods, and I suppose feeling safe in your own community or feeling safe in your own property, which was key. So thinking about everything that was kind of, I suppose, learned from that, I suppose a key part of Smart Christchurch is trying to learn from experiences like this and the earthquakes and trying to help the community be more resilient looking forward. So we thought about the situation. So we had obviously the Port Hill fires, but we also had a lot of arson attacks and the likes of Bottle Lake Forest, which is causing a lot of concern in the community. And we kind of, before we looked forward, we looked at the past. And the pictures you can see there, that's present day fire tower near Airwell Forest. So back in the day, the New Zealand Forestry Service, they had a major fire. The whole area was covered with pine, and 400 hectares got taken out. So they thought, right, we need a way to kind of keep on top of this. And they built 2 towers, one of which is still there. And then this bloke here, Bruce Wilson, he'd spend, many hours up on that tower every day. And I presume there was another 2 Bruce Wilsons who kind of came up. Hopefully he wasn't there 24/7. And we thought, okay, the principle is great, but I mean, obviously, in the current day, it's not really an option for us. So we did some research and we thought, okay, surely somewhere, in Australia or California who's been dealing with, serious wildfires for many decades now, surely somebody's come up with an option on how to get on top of things. We came across this technology here, and that was being trialled in Latrobe Valley in Victoria. So the situation there was they had a major forest fire that went for quite a period of time, major damage, major impact on people's lives. But then the actual flames started an underground fire in a coal mine, which went on for months and months and months. So we had a combination of, I suppose, the immediate aftermath of that fire, but ongoing issues with in the environmental impacts and the impacts on people's lives. So in terms of how these things, we'll just dive in a wee bit. There's a lot of stuff here, but think of it as a modular system and it's kind of housed in this unit. But cameras play a big part. So we've got 360-degree cameras right around. So at a minimum, you can see what's happening 24/7. Now, on top of normal kind of camera technology, we've also got thermal imagery cameras. So they look at those white spikes that will tell us if there's a heat spike, and also they've got special smarts there to look for flame detection. So that's kind of the visuals, and the thermal imagery is key. Now the second part of it is around the air quality sensors that we've got in here. So basically it's looking at 4 different particle sizes. I won't bore you from 0.3 to PM10, but basically all of those particle sizes tell you different things about the environment. Sometimes it might tell you there's fog, sometimes it might tell you there's pollen, but in the most important cases, we want to know if there's early stages of a fire. So between the heat signature and the air quality sensors, it basically triangulates that data using kind of AI and smarts and says, right, we've got a fire, and it notifies us the relevant, authorities and people within council. But on top of that, through peacetime, so you can see here's the first unit network that we put in. We wanted to go to the Port Hills for obvious reasons, but we had a few headwinds, and I'll kind of talk about those a bit more in a minute. But so we pivoted to Bottle Lake. It's community-owned land. A lot of people use it. A lot of houses around there. We put 6 units up there basically. So this app here, it's the Attentus app. You can also go to the web. All of this is freely available to the public. So on a day-to-day basis, you can see what that easterly is doing. You can see if it's raining, what temperature it is. But when things get serious, and we've had a number of incidents, small incidents within forest, these little guys come into their own. So going forward again, we trialled it at Bottle Lake and it went really well. We put signage up, so the public came along and they thought, what's this thing up the pole? Is it a 5G sensor or what is it? But we put these signs up and they're still there today, and you can just QR code it, download the app, learn a little bit about it. So a lot of people, and I know a few people who live in the area, they love it because, when they go out walking the dog, they know what they're going to face, but they also feel safe, which is, really key. So after Bottle Lake went well, we thought we're going to have another go at Port Hills, and we heard, and it was an El Nino year, the advice from fans was that the fire risk was at peak and at the highest level since the 2017 fires. So we worked with the Christchurch Adventure Park to put 4 sensors in there. And again, you can see they've got weather there, they've got all the pollution, they've got the thermal imagery. And also you can see 1 unit there in Littleton. We'd put a unit there for weather and kind of monitoring the boat ramp primarily. But we thought, okay, we're going to go put 4 up in the Adventure Park, and the Adventure Park worked closely with us, as did FENS. And we got them in place for December 2023. Which was pretty useful because within a couple of months, they were already in action. And I'll just do this time lapse here. Probably, do you want to talk through that, Wayne? It's just kind of...
this is the, what's captured on the two cameras, one at Cafe Rock and one on the Snob. You can see there it goes through and shows what it's doing. But you'll see very shortly how the wind changes and stuff. Particularly overnight, we were using the data off the Cafe Rock data to be able to, the weather data, constantly monitoring it and the ability to set the alarm. So when the wind changed, etc., we could actually use that to help make sure that we were pushing our fire breakers in the right place, and we were also keeping our firefighters safely at our paramount. So it shows there, and that's probably one of the first times in an active fire in New Zealand which actually being captured. It also captured how much carbon was produced in terms of all that as well. So which is very, very important in terms of the whole sort of package.
And I suppose one key lesson was that it continued to work through that because, as you can see, they were surrounded by flames, but it continues to work to this day. So these little guys, for want of a better phrase, they're very resilient, and to give us the intelligence, and for other people like the Adventure Park, I was sitting watching that till well into the early morning too. It was amazing to see it unfold and obviously keep people away and safe, which was paramount at the time. So I suppose this is one of the first images you received of the fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that's the view not only from our building, but also obviously council building, and I know that photo was taken out of the council building. So in terms of, and I can tell you that me and Michael were having those conversations at the time.
I rang you at 2:23. I think
So this is that the tower isn't actually right there, so it hasn't actually picked it due to the wind. But yeah, potentially the new tower, additional towers being probably placed there shortly, which would have covered it very, very closely. But what it did is provide our intelligence and everything with the slides, as the slide shows of what the ship was doing, but also too is after the fact, was one of the big things is monitoring the fire afterwards as well, when we're in the mop-up phases, when we're doing the hot spots and stuff like that, because we could use the intelligence to have a look to see what it was doing. So a great tool in our toolbox for us to have, it doesn't necessarily prevent fire, but what it does is it gives us the analytics and data, but also the other information to what it's doing, and also for what the weather's doing in the event prior and after the fires.
Yes, I think you said when previous, like looking from the ground up, it's very hard to see what's happening up there. And I suppose for the first time we could actually get a bird's eye view within, the maelstrom as well of what was happening.
Yeah. So that photo there is taken in the Hunay Valley, but see up on the left there is where the Marley sensor was. So we could use these to actually look to see what the fire was doing and what we could see. Because at that time, apart from aircraft, we couldn't get up over the other side, of it. So again, it's the same as here. For example, using a good example here, you can't see what's happening here at the hilltop. But if there's one there, for example, it would allow the aircraft crew effectively to go straight on instead of Tomo's looking from his farm, and actually provides thermal, you see the images there, so it's picking up the flames and showing that obviously an intense situation and that sort of thing. And it shows there was 1850 meters cubed in terms of how much smoke was in there, which is obviously, quite a lot, but at least we can actually answer how much was there.
Yeah, it's a pretty dramatic evening. Still got to play out. We'll get on to the next slide. Keep an eye on time.
One of the things with astonishing too is that during the Sale GP, on Friday, we had an incident where there was a fire at Selwyn, and then actually the smoke came into the city, and it actually looked like the Port was on fire, which caused a lot of concern when I was seeing it in the media. There's about 130 calls for service during that time. We ended up using the sensors to work out, as well as the people on the ground, to work out actually it's just a burn off, and that's smoking it right across the city and then out to Bottle Lake. And the sensors alarmed at Bottle Lake. So to provide that intelligence, obviously, there's a lot of people on edge because of the portals, but provided real-time intelligence to our crews to be able to make information and decisions on what the security.
Sorry, Liz, I might need a hand to get to the next slide. Please. There we go, perfect. So in terms of what we're doing currently, as I said, some of the locations where we wanted sensors we didn't persevere with. We are now persevering. We've got a resource consent for 4 locations. One is the top of Worsley's, one's on the Kiwi, one at Sugarloaf, and one at Bridle Path. So they're the areas we've identified as the next kind of layer of priority. So we're going through a resource consent currently, and the Summit Road Preservation Society, I've probably got that wrong, I have, well done, protection. They've approved it, so we're just waiting for the last bit there. So just to let you know, we do go through the full process, resource consent. It's a bit different if the land's private or let's say council owned versus, sensitive areas like Port Hills, but we're kind of working out that process. Going back to stage. So in terms of our priority now, but we've been thinking about wider banks Peninsula. I mean, the Port Hills is obviously a high risk area and high impact, but it's a very large area. And talking to fire and emergency and landowners too, I mean, it's established that the eastern bays are arguably the next logical place to start. And I suppose some of the things that the bays have in common, if you've got pine stands, you've got isolation, you've got limited supplies to water, and it takes a long time, obviously, to mobilise to fight those fires. So, talking to the experts, it seems like this potentially could have a part to play in terms of early warning, but also we could look at other things like potentially tsunami inundation, flood monitoring, and just weather monitoring as well, because what we've found is that what's been experienced in Christchurch is very different from what might be in Little Akaloa or at Cairns. So to have that kind of localised microclimate data could be really useful in emergencies and weather events. So we've done some initial surveys, and again, I can pass over to Fans, but areas like the Hilltop, obviously an amazing vantage point. Was it on top of other areas that you
Stony Bay Road, yeah. So those areas there, and Tomo was excellent because there's some of you will know he farms out looking over there, and pretty much as he said, when the fire call happens, and he might be over there, but he's not necessarily coming straight away. He's ringing these guys saying, I can see this, I can see that. That's, again, the same, intelligence. Effectively, he's like a sensor because he's ringing and doing that as long as he's at work. But the thing is, what that does is allow the guys to actually pull the resources. And again, it's about the travel. So if the Apara Brigade needs assistance, they'll be able to actually have a look and see what that is, and it's pretty much gold. And particularly over in the bays, if they were to be established over time over in the bays, that would allow real-time data and information to actually be broadcasted back through to Firecom, back through to sort of fence for council, etc. Say this is what's going on, but give us that real-time information and a great tool in the toolbox.
I think another aspect in the cover sheet, we talked a little bit of antisocial behaviour and those sorts of issues. With sign of a kiwi, there is definitely a fire alarm, but actually, in terms of surveillance and knowing what's happening after us, we know, let's say, for instance, sign of kiwi buildings been broken into multiple occasions. We've had burnt out cars, we've had all sorts of antisocial behaviour. So there is an element here, we can use this to kind of surveil, I suppose, antisocial behaviour. We've used it to spot offenders at Bottleneck, and it's helped with police, investigations, as the data did after the Port Hills fires. But even smaller events or potential arson, it gives us, well, I suppose, a bit of disincentive for offenders, but also gives us evidence to work with police and other agencies as well. And as I said, like for people going walking, let's say up the hills or planning a day trip over to Cairns Bay, it's really useful to see what's happening. We go camping in Cairns Bay, and it's really good to see what's happening on the road before we drive over with a caravan. So you can use it to kind of monitor that sort of thing as well, just as an added benefit. So, and just I'll finish it before we go into questions, but basically, so Christchurch City Council, very proud to be the first users of this technology. We have Bottle Lake, 4 units at the Adventure Park with more to come. But we worked with Selwyn because they had a big issue with McHugh's Forest near the train line at Darfield. A lot of sparks come off there, major risk to people around there as well. So they've established a network there. And then lastly, Queensland Lake District Council, worked with them, shared all the documentation, the learnings, and they've got, I think, 12 units, 6 in Wanaka and 6 in Queenstown. Hopefully I got that all right. So there's a great thing for New Zealand in here, as well as keeping people in our community safe. We're trying to share the lessons and learn from other districts and parts of the world too. So that's the end of the presentation, and thank you for being with us. But we can hang. That's the baby around.
That's empty, so that's why it's not heavy. It doesn't have batteries or other stuff in it. It's just a show. But that's what they look like.
Maybe.
And generally, so the first unit is Bottle Lake. We have an agricultural weather station will stick out on top too. Units on books that we can narrow 6 metres, just in consideration of any kind of impacts in terms of the scenery. But again, they operate between the 6 and 8 because that's the optimal kind of region for weather and kind of environmental data.
Baby Dalek.
Yeah.
We've got 5 minutes, which is great.
Well, what I'll do too is sorry, I'll just move so I can show a couple of things on the phone, just what it looks like.
Okay, so should we continue?
Yep.
Okay, so Nigel, start, and then Kathy.
I'll just go 2 quick ones. We've looked at cameras before for obviously security issues, and particularly around Akaroa and Diamond Harbour. We've been pushed back on privacy issues. How are they being?
Yeah, so what we did at Bottle Lake, that was a key consideration. So I don't know if you know Bottle Lake well, but some of the locations that we picked, there's properties adjoining. So we actually blacked out the cameras that anywhere with properties. And I know down in Queensland they've had a similar sort of issue. So you can do a privacy assessment based on each site and then block out the view so your neighbours can see into your backyard basically. So we've got a process for that. But depending on the location, it can be sensitive. If it's in the, let's say, on the top of Hilltop, I suppose less of an issue. If it was down here in the town, obviously there'd be a lot of considerations.
We'll go Kathy and come back.
So just really quickly with those systems then, you talked about antisocial road users. Can you do like a sound detector as well?
Yeah. So one of the appeals for us when we were investigating, because all of these modules, let's say you can take one out and put another one in, so they can do vibration and sound. So I suppose for specific use cases, if there's, if it would be useful to have sound.
Yeah, so just regarding, around,
Yeah.
especially around Rākaihautū Harbour, if you were to detect sound and speed, that would also be very helpful for, taking voices.
So out at McHugh's Forest, they have a vibration sensor. So because there's houses right close there, they've put a vibration sensor to measure how much vibration is caused by the train as part of the system. So they can then monitor for, is it affecting subdivisions and that sort of thing as well. That's Nigel. That's I'll just show you. That's the blacked out one. That's the Bottle Lake.
And another thing we're looking at is just loudspeakers as well. So really good for tsunami alerts potentially. But even if there's antisocial behaviour, you can use it as well.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Some questions the board would like to know.
Yep.
Police have access to the information, you know, I asked that question. How much it costs per sensor, and can it monitor speed of vehicles?
In theory, speed, yes. I would have to obviously check with the provider, but I mean, they've been pretty responsive to requests. So it's going back to cost. I mean, there's the pole basically, and there's the unit. So if we talk about the unit, and depending on how it's spec'd up, you're looking at around the kind of 20 to 25, depending on how it's spec'd. The poles themselves, we're finding probably half the cost is with the poles, because you've got just the ground inspections, resource consent potentially, and then the actual pole itself and the construction. So one thing we've found is that if we could utilise existing poles, we can cut the cost right down, or if you could use buildings or assets like council assets or maybe private assets that you can actually, attach to. So we're putting some of these sensor units in the city just to help with weather and smoke data and fires. But we're looking at using council poles and council buildings because it means, it'll go a lot further. But where you need a pole, that's going to be half your cost.
We've got chorus next.
Oh, okay. Very good. All right, you have a chat.
We'll go with Nigel and
Okay, just quickly,
Nigel will have to
how these being funded for Bank Peninsula? If we go on and go on to a very great asset and improvements to the board, the risks over there are huge, and particularly for human life as well, very high level of risk. How they've been funded, we've got a long-term plan, we've got a 10-year plan, do we need to be pushing for more and then
So the trials to date, so the first trials, so Smart Christchurch has new things. But longer term, you're always looking for a home financially for it to sit with. But the program funded Bottle Lake, it funded the Adventure Park. These 4 units in Upper Port Hills, I think we got 100,000 from the Better Off funding from a safety point of view, and the program has covered half of that. So not knowing obviously what's going to happen with the annual plan, I mean, there is the potential for argument's sake, if you wanted to put 2 in this area, or maybe even 4, if you could find funding for half, I mean, we could continue to use the funding from the Smart Christchurch Capital Program because it is a new use case, and maybe you do want to look at tsunamis or flood monitoring as well as fires. So there is a possibility that we could help, but it would need some co-funding, I think, from the board ideally. Longer term, there is an operational cost. Again, I can share those in more detail. So you've got to think about the initial capital cost, but there is a monitoring cost. And again, I can share those details after this. But the purchase price is the main price. And the units so far, the Bottle Lake ones have lasted about 3 years. We expect to get another 3 years minimum. So, we'll keep you up to date with how long we expect these things to last. Worst case scenario, if the battery goes, you can swap it out. If the solar panel gets damaged, you can swap it out. If this camera needs to be upgraded, then it's all possible. So that's one thing, at least you're not throwing out the whole thing at the end of 6 or 7 years concerns.
Yeah. With that, to explain more from the tech side of things, so if that camera there for some reason was damaged, so someone's shot it, for example, or something like that, is it can actually be removed and just literally four screws under the plug and then sort of replaced. So that's been a question we've been asked in town as well. Anyone would be silly to shoot it, you get a photo of it. Yeah, correct. yeah. Also too, is with the bonds, we had the flood issue over there. It would be a great way, a good example if one of those was in at night when Mr. Brown rang us and said, hey, this is what's happening in the bonds from an emergency perspective, to be able to monitor what's going on and actually see, as well as what the weather's doing, see what the river's doing, and potentially with the river monitor on there, because again, it's just a monitor to peer back through it. So what it does is provide real-time intelligence for emergency responders, and that's obviously sort of fence, fire, and that sort of.
So thank you. Thanks, Ryan and Michael. What can we do to ensure that you got funding in the annual plan? Other than, mentioning that in our board submission, we have discussed that. And what other avenues that board can influence to get funding?
I mean, the annual plan process is the obvious one. I suppose over and above that, I mean, we've been thinking about funding as well and talking to the likes of Orion or private landowners or other interested parties like forestry companies. We think longer term there's the ability to partner with other agencies to co-fund this, so it's not just council and community having to directly fund it. But I haven't got I think I would suggest the main thing is the annual plan for now. The longer term, we need to include these conversations in the LTP. And that's, this isn't the only technology, but we need to be thinking about floods, forest, and, and the tsunami risk, and making sure we've got funding, longer term, because the risks are, they're getting worse, unfortunately, instead of the other way around.
So bringing stuff up, we'll be trying to be quick. We've got two very quick sessions and then we'll finish. That's it.
Just quickly, Waka Kotahi looking at cameras as well, but would that be something you could?
Certainly,
collaborate?
talking to them, and I mean,
That's
we're
right,
talking
because-
to NEMA, for example, because we think nationally this should be coordinated and, and
Sure.
some support. But I suppose it's a bit of chicken and egg. If we prove that it works locally, hopefully the government looks at this area and says, you guys are nailing it, we'll do more of this and we'll help you kind of fund it, hopefully.
Cool.
Just a really quick one, so the board doesn't have any funding, sorry. But so far because you've said that you're still looking for kind of a home in council for where these.
Yeah, I think all of our projects, so let's say we've got earthquake sensors around that tell us that the council building is safe within a couple of minutes of an area, including this building. So I'd get a text and say, yeah, it's all good to go. We trialled that program for 3 years and then we were to transfer it to facilities. So through not the last LTP, the one before, they put in a bid to be the permanent kind of owner or custodian.
Right.
So generally, if the trials go well and the technology will last a few more years, you'd look to work with a council business unit to kind of take over the function.
So start with a small and then it could grow.
Exactly. So, smart bins, we trialled 2 of those at New Brighton. Now there's about 100 of them. Everywhere you look, there seems to be one. But there was the same thing we said to parks and transport. Here are all the lessons. We reckon this would be good for these sorts of areas. So it's a similar sort of thing. It's a bit more kind of mission critical and protecting lives, not just rubbish. But, same principle.
Like several units, a bit like if you put in poles up around, you're talking civil defence, free waters, transport, parks.
Orion,
That's
One of the boxes,
plus other agencies, so there's a whole layer of information that they're doing. So
Yeah, definitely. And maybe for argument's sake, let's say if civil defence is the key party, maybe they could be the glue, or maybe it is parks, or maybe it's transport. So we can work through this. But the main thing is to prove it's worked. And we feel, and I was very nervous on the day of the Port Hills fires, watching it live, basically thinking, would these things work? Will they add value? Will they keep people safe? And will they survive the flames? And it turned out yes. So they've been field tested, put it that way. So, we've seen them in action. It was pretty useful. It wasn't the only thing, but between that and drones and, kind of thermal imagery, it all adds together to kind of better results.
It's very encouraging to see the technology that supports the on the ground work and then the relationship that you've established with FENS as well as the community and city council, because it's, we're here to support that work.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're here to support FENS and you guys.
can they be used for two-way communication in a crisis?
Well, yes, we're looking into loudspeakers, we mentioned, so we could tailor a tsunami response, let's say, but if there's other ones, you could either have a direct line into it, or we're thinking of pre-templating different messages, because even in the city, let's say New Brighton, we're thinking about in a tsunami alert, it's one thing having a siren, but what do you do? So we're trying to think about how we can tailor it, and Le Bon's would be different to Aguilar to O'Kane, so if we tailored it, take Bay Road or take Big Mountain Road, or, whatever the expression is.
Fantastic. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Thank you.
We do need to stop now because we're almost 10 minutes over.
Thank you to the community board on behalf of the Fire Regency for
Thank
your
you.
support for our Akaro volunteers and our other volunteers across Peninsula. Thank you also on the back of the Port file. We really appreciate it.
I think back at you guys, really.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, our pleasure. Thanks very much.
Michael and Glenn and Tony, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
We'll make sure we don't leave any of our toys behind. My kids want to have a play with that.
Go well.
So we've got chorus coming on up. Come up and introduce yourselves, and we'll do a quick round the table of who we are as well.
Hey everybody, I'm Jo Seddon. I do community relations for Chorus. You probably get emails from me on a relatively regular basis, and I cover the whole of the country. So I work with communities, so that's the local councils, community boards, and on the ground with communities themselves. And I'm very active with the Christchurch graffiti team. We do the cabinet art throughout, so that's kind of a project that's pretty close to my heart. And this is my boss with all the money for cabinet art.
So what's your name?
I'm Nathan Beaumont, so
Nathan.
I'm based just in West Melbourne, actually, just out of Christchurch. So
Okay.
yeah, just come along with Joe and sort of say good day.
Great.
Yeah.
We'll start with us here, onto your on your left.
Is it?
Okay.
He's running really important notes.
Did you, so I was the one, survey.
Did you want to introduce yourself? We're introducing ourselves.
Okay, so my name is Asif Hussain, EPRA Board Subdivision President on the board. Thank you.
Nigel Harrison, Secretary, elected member for EPRA and the Bay.
I'm Lynn. I'm representing Wairewa LNG. Yeah.
Kathy Lumweb from the Littleton subdivision, so it goes from Cascade to Littleton.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Luana. I represent the Mount Herbert group.
Hello. I probably should say I'm from Carterton and Wairewa.
Oh, Tyrone. Okay, can't see him though, because he might be out, but if he's not,
Yeah.
So Tyrone is, our councillor representative is, from
Well, I'll just crack on because it's a massive slide pack. So I'm sorry if I gallop through it, but I'm not sure if you've managed to see it before
Yeah,
today.
do gallop through it.
Yeah.
And we have questions.
Yeah, so I just want to leave time for questions. So if have I got the clicker? Is this me? So very quickly, we'll just go over the copper retirement overview. So basically, copper has been around for a very long time, but it's not actually serving the needs of most people nowadays because distance matters when you're doing copper, and it's not that good for fast broadband speeds that we need now. So remote rural locations, you'll see there, it's done by Radio Link. So if I go to the next slide, we'll talk about that. So that's customer multi-access radio and country set. So that's the very remote areas. So you'll know that you've got sites around the edge of Banks Peninsula where we have these radio sites. Basically, we can't get parts for them. They are well past their use by date. We've been patching them together by pirating bits off other sites, and they're just not produced in the world. We also don't have technicians that are able to fix them anymore because they are retiring. You know, some of their guys have been doing 50 plus years on the tools and they are ready to retire, and there aren't any young ones coming through training on this equipment. We have high fault rates on them and there are long repair times. So, yeah. That's those reasons that I've just run through. And so that's just a bit of a picture. So there's 1,800 phone lines around the country. There are 55 phone lines at 50 properties around Banks Peninsula. So sometimes people have phone lines going into the property. That's why you've got more lines than actual properties. And as you can see, it's right around the edges. Feel free to break in if you've got any questions as we go, just in case. So anyone that's on the country set or the CMAR sites will have already received a letter, or they should have, to let them know that we are retiring. Where we've got email addresses, we've also emailed them to let them know. Just so that we're clear, the radio sites actually only do phone voice services. They don't do broadband. So it's only voice services we're talking about at the moment. So there should be another letter going out. It was meant to go out on Friday, but the second letter is due to go out today. So we will be sending out 3 letters altogether to let people know that we're retiring the equipment. And this will be the same for when we come to the all over copper retirement, when we actually retire the whole of the copper network by 2030. We will also be doing the same process where we let people know 6 months program from start to finish. We will send out a letter, then another letter, and then another letter, and then we will contact the ones directly who haven't made the switch. They won't be left behind. We will try and work with them, but we will try and get them to transition as soon as we can. They need to talk to their service provider, and there are multiple of technologies available that you can actually use for a voice service nowadays. So this is going into where we're looking at retiring copper throughout the country. So by 2030, we will have retired the whole of the copper network. Again, it's not serving the purpose that we need it for nowadays, and there's better technology available that can do that. You can get voice over internet. So basically that's where your phone line, your voice service and your internet are coming over the same internet connection. You do need a battery backup for that, but there's lots of ways around that. So you can have what's called a UPS, which is an uninterruptible power supply. You can have solar power. There's a whole lot that we can look at for firing up those. The phone, when you have the one over internet, it's exactly the same. You pick it up, it's got a dial tone, you dial out. You actually wouldn't know any different from what your old copper did from what your new one does. Any questions? No.
We'll just go through it at the
Okay.
end. We're good at taking notes.
Okay. So we saw with Cyclone Gabrielle that actually our copper network did not fare well with that. There are still areas in Gisborne that are without phone services now because it's just, we can't get in there to fix the copper phone lines. Lots of those have transitioned onto satellite technology now. We found that with our fibre network, once power was restored, everything lit up the way that it was meant to light up. So fibre is best. And after that, there's wireless internet service providers. So that'll be a local provider, which I think is Ultra Broadband. Is it Ultra Broadband here on the Peninsula? Yeah, and there's others around that can do that. And then, of course, there's the fixed wireless, which is off the mobile sites, which have the likes of Spark and One New Zealand, 2 Degrees, and the others that provide a service of them. So it's a myth that copper lines always work. They don't. Everything requires power nowadays to run. So the equipment that's in the exchange and in the local cabinets that run the copper network require power. At the moment, if they go down in an emergency, it's because there's backup batteries in there. But the minute that they run out of power, that cabinet is dead, and so is your copper phone line. Again, I talked about the power supplies earlier. So that's a bit of a slide about the satellite services. I'll leave you to read that. There's lots of numbers and things in there. If you like, I can run through them, but I think it's a waste of time. So that's the services that you can get, mobile only. You can get a broadband and phone bundle, and you can get a voice only service. So basically, these are the things that most people need. And you can get them over your wireless internet service provider. You can get it off a fixed wireless, or you can get it off satellite. So that's what we're talking about when we say that there are batteries. In our exchanges, we have diesel generators, but again, they are reliant on someone being there to top up the fuel supply, and we've had cases where we actually can't reach it. There's no way to get there. So power is key to all telecommunications. So this, I think, was one of the questions that was raised, what's going to happen to the poles and the equipment. So we're looking at what we're going to do. In other areas of the country, we've gifted the poles to communities who have had a use for them. We've taken down the poles. So, I mean, until then, they will be maintained as they would be normally. There'll be a maintenance program for the ones that are still up in the streets, but the idea will be that ultimately they'll be removed and copper lines will be taken down. But there is a lot of them, so that will be a work in progress over the coming time. So I think we've only got 15,000 active copper lines left in areas where we have fibre. So we're already shutting down. So it's basically from the outside in. So and the inside out. So we're doing the extreme areas of the CMAR sites where we know that we have issues with the radio equipment. We're doing the inside where we've already got fibre. We are retiring copper, and we've been doing that for quite a number of years. We've only got 15,000 left. Ultimately, very soon by 2026, all the fibre areas will have no copper active lines within them. So we know fibre is best. So if you can get fibre, get onto fibre. Or you have a choice of going to fixed wireless if you don't want that. Fibre extensions. So, you know, around this area, we've actually done quite a few extensions. So when we're looking at where do we take fibre, we're looking at areas where there are clusters of communities, because it's an expensive undertaking to lay fibre in the roads. We've got state highways and things that we've got traffic management, so it's an expensive thing. Chorus is a regulated company. We have a fixed return on every connection that we get, so we actually need shorter spaces between properties to get the maximum number of connections to actually get a return on our investment. And that covers that as well. So it's just a little map showing where we've got existing fibre. So that's those areas that we did relatively recently. We've also announced earlier this year, Chorus is actually funding ourselves some of our fibre extensions. So what you would hear is UFB 1, UFB 2 and 2 plus. That's the ultra-fast broadband extension that was brought out by the government, and that was a loan to Chorus that we then have to pay back, or in your case, Enable. Is it Enable in Christchurch? Yeah, so Enable did the rollout in Christchurch. So that's a loan that then has to be paid back. These ones were part of that rollout. The next bit, though, are the areas where we're extending ourselves. So that's the extensions that we announced in February. There were 50? Yeah, 50 areas around the country that we are extending fibre to at our cost. So we're seriously hoping people connect so that we get a return on that. So Charters Bay, Cass Bay, now work's already started in Cass Bay. And this is just a little bit about what to do if you're not included in the fibre rollout and you would like to get fibre extended. So I'll just leave you guys to have a read through that. You could lobby your MP and talk to your minister, and if you feel that they're, if it's not keeping pace, then that's actually the avenue. We need them. They think that you've got fixed wireless, it's a job well, done. Whereas actually we know that there's more work that needs to be done, because fibre actually is the answer. It's good, it's reliable, there's no lag, and multiple devices can be used at the same time. It doesn't matter how many people are on the fibre. Whereas with fixed wireless, there's a little bit of competition on that. Whereas with fibre, it's you're the only one on that connection. So the next one is about fibre. So we often get told fibre goes past my gate. Why can't I connect to it? So I liken it a little bit to like if there's an 11,000 kV power line going past your gate, you can't connect to that power line to have your domestic supply because it's too powerful. What we have is what's called transport fibre. So that is where it's carrying all of the data from one exchange to another exchange. And quite often that is what's going past people's gates. So although yes, there is fibre there, it's not possible to break into it because there aren't single fibres that you can take out to join each house. So the next little bit I've got here is about open access. So I'll just basically give it in a nutshell, is that in district plans you have various requirements. So is telecommunications a requirement? Is a fixed line telecommunications requirement, or is it just telecommunications at the gate, which could mean fixed wireless? So what we're saying is if you have a requirement, just like you do with power, water and septic services, if you had a telecommunications requirement, that brings fibre out. Every time you have a subdivision built, it brings fibre out. We then connect everyone that's along that route between them and there, and that actually brings it further. So it actually makes it more economically viable to bring to the next one along. So it's kind of like a daisy chain. So we're suggesting that councils should look at what their requirements are in their district plans. So here at the moment in Christchurch, it is a control or discretion. So that's up to the council to decide whether they require it or not. So that one there, again, lots of words, but that's it in a nutshell. We find the hardest thing is when a subdivision's been completed, people want to connect to fibre and there's no fibre available, and it's super expensive to do it retrospectively. And it's very frustrating for people because often they're locked into one provider and they can see the cheap fibre plans all around them and they can't access them. So that's why that's really important. I think I've galloped through it, but anyway, I don't think I missed anything, did I? And there's a little bit of an appendix there, which is more the legal terms about the open access, which our legal team wanted to put in. So that's it. Now open to questions. Sorry if I garbled it through.
That was really perfect. We've had people put their hands up already.
Yeah.
We've got Luana and then
Thank you. Peninsula has a lot of parts, quite a few. We had 17 this winter. We have an ageing population. During the earthquake, the copper line was the only reliable service that we had to contact people. What do we do? How do we explain to a 73-year-old pensioner who is on a medical alert, who doesn't have access to fibre, whose service providers, I think we've only got one in Rākaihautū Bay, don't have a reliable service? I spent 2 years trying to get Vodafone when we were moved over from the copper line. We had to go back to the copper line because we couldn't, I think maybe 80% of the time mum and dad didn't have a phone connection. A lot of these areas, also marae, are civil defence hubs. When the power goes down, when we don't have any communication, a lot of these areas won't have many options. What do we do?
So that was the same in Gisborne for Cyclone Gabrielle. That's the same thing that they found. Those marae and everything became hubs and generators were brought in. So, and Starlink was actually the only thing that was working for those civil defence hubs. The copper wasn't working. So what I say is work with your emergency management teams to make yourselves resilient for those power cuts. And for the older person, again, what we have is called a UPS. It just is basically a box that plugs in underneath a desk, and it actually keeps your telecommunications running. They're $219 from Dick Smith or anywhere like that. But you don't even notice that you've got a power cut. It keeps your communications running.
This is what you have at your own house, don't you?
Yeah, I live rurally. We have regular power cuts. Yeah. I don't even know that my power's gone off until my husband tells me that the TV's not working, because it just kicks in. It's plugged in all the time. All of my telecommunications and all my work stuff is plugged into it. I don't even notice that the power's gone off until he tells me.
So just one more quick question.
Yeah.
$219, a lot of people on fixed incomes, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Even navigating who you contact, how much information is going to be given to residents around that, about what to do?
There will be brochures sent out to people. We've got a brochure on how to manage in a power cut, and I've actually got some in the car, so I can...
Or even who to contact.
Yeah.
Especially older people.
Yeah.
Don't know. I mean, there are so many providers now. Who do they contact in their area?
Absolutely agree. So Broadband Compare is a good contact. They are independent and they can actually provide people with advice on who provides a service in the area and what the cost will be.
And that information will go to people about who to contact in
Yes.
the first instance?
Yes, yeah, it should have been in the first pack that was sent out to people, and if it isn't, then we'll need to know why. Because we know that power is an issue and that's something that people are concerned about. It comes up all the time. But like we say, your copper will need power anyway.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, throughout all of the earthquakes, copper was the only reliable.
Yes,
service
but
that we had. I know, I hear what you're saying.
But what's happened since then is the technology and the exchange has changed. And in that time, we had what was called the PTS10, which was the public switching network that was run by Spark. They've retired all of their equipment throughout the country and all of our exchanges. So we have backup, but they require power. So again, if it happened now, probably your copper network would not continue running for any length of time in an earthquake.
But if you have someone who's particularly nervous or unsure, give us their details and we can have a chat to them. You know, we're more than happy to speak face to face, go and meet people, whatever needs to be done, rather than just say, here's a letter, you're on your own. We're sort of like, no, we'll hold the hands.
Yeah, and absolutely. We've got our people on the ground in Christchurch who are out and about talking to communities directly and working with people. So they are more than happy. And yes, Nathan.
It's quite a long process as well, so
yeah. I mean, we care about our communities, we really do, and we are all part of the community. So we've also got older people. My husband is one of them. He won't give up his landline. We've got a landline, and we get scammers and telemarketers, and that's all we get who ring us, but we've still got it. So he's my litmus test. I run everything past him and say, do you understand this? What would you do in this case? And he, for me, feeds back, and we feed that into the collateral that we send out to members of the public. And that included all the information that we recently worked with NetSafe on how to keep yourself safe online. It was my husband that we ran it all past. Do you understand what you're doing? Do you know how to look for a scam now? And he actually does, which is quite a shock.
Yeah, just to bounce off that, this is where I was talking about. I think we just heard from a very concerned older person here. You know, 30% of the people in the area are under 60, and they're not that computer literate.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest concern this particular person had is every time she sort of tried to contact you guys, it's got bounced back. You know, and it's a big problem. And I think with anything now change, if people are stick through it, then they can work with it. It's communication. So I think passing on that name might be a good test for it. That'd be great. Thank you.
Our guys have been working with people directly for quite some time, and what we call a reactive fix. So where we've had broken phone lines and we're actually unable to fix them, we've been working with them on a solution called Gravity, which is a satellite-based solution, and we've been working with some of them for over 2 years.
It sounds like to me that you have a solution.
We do have a solution.
Internet-based, which is obviously where we're sitting. It is called, it's just the future. But taking someone through that's important. And this person really is concerned, and for all people.
Well, you've got my name and number. I would be keen to hear from her because I know that our guys have been working with people all the time over here. So I would be concerned to hear if they've actually experienced that, because that's not what we've heard elsewhere.
Did you have a question?
Yes, yeah, a couple of questions. Thank you.
I think we've got another couple of minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Did you get the file that I shared with people concerns?
Yeah.
And one of the respondents did mention about the priority that you have, and I'm aware that that individual technology dish had to be changed 3 times for them to rely on a phone.
I don't want to talk about specifics, but
So,
we definitely worked with that person for 2 years. We paid for that connection for 2 years, and they were happy with that connection until we no longer paid for it.
So, anyway, so I just wanted to bring this up. So under telecom service obligation, Chorus has a legal obligation to maintain and provide the services.
No, we have Spark has the obligation to provide the services. The requirement is agnostic. It doesn't actually say that it has to be over fixed line. So Spark would then ask us, if they wanted us to provide a service, they would ask us to provide the service. So that would then be right. If Spark asked us to provide a service for somebody, then we would need to provide that service, but it doesn't have to be a fixed line.
Doesn't have to be a fixed line.
No, there is no requirement for it to be a fixed line.
So here it says, the 2007 regulatory obligation that was revised in 2018, they maintain. One of the key amendments that has happened at the time is in areas where fiber is available, Chorus can remove copper services subject to consumer safeguard. Then you can do that, like in places like Accra where fiber is available.
Yeah.
But we are talking about the Peninsula here, the wider area where we don't have mobile services, where we heavily rely on landlines, fixed landlines.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, as my colleague mentioned here, they are technology illiterate, so they cannot, they don't know how to do it. And even though we have had two cell phone towers, new cell phone towers have gone up, but they have proved that they are not reliable. So under the same obligation,
so
it says that the retain the telecommunication services obligation in areas where fiber is not available, ensure access to basic telecommunication services at affordable rate. I understand from a business perspective, it's not good return. I wouldn't pay my money on that. I'll invest in that business because it's not a good return. But here, we've got a legal obligation to provide services and maintain those lines, all based on this side from Pigeon Bay on around to Southern Bay.
So can I just stop you? The TSO applies to those who had a line connected at 2001, December 2001. It doesn't actually apply to anyone that connected after that, or a person. It actually applies to the property that had a line connected. So our teams are working through that. Yeah.
These services, all of the people here that mentioned my colleague, and a number of people who raised their concerns, and I know them personally, they had their service phone connections prior to that.
And we will work with them directly. So we won't cut those people off. We will work with them to find a solution. We also work with the likes of Digital Seniors and Grey Power and other groups who actually work with trying to educate people and help people with their technology. So we do quite a bit out in the community working with those groups.
Yeah.
So yeah, we really are committed to actually working with our communities. We are not going to leave anyone without a phone because no one wants anyone to live without a phone.
2025, if they didn't hear from you somehow or they didn't find an alternative solution, you will maintain those services, landlines.
Yes, we will have to until we can find, if they're covered by the TSO, then yes, we will.
Okay. In the survey, one of the questions that I asked was, how did you hear about corporate services when it was rolled out, or which way, or which mean? 21% of the respondents, they haven't received any notification.
That's probably because they're not on SEMA and they are not in the fibre area.
SEMA?
This is the radio equipment is what we're retiring. We've written to everybody. The people that have probably responded are just on a copper network outside of the radio site or outside of the fibre area. They are the bit in between that we are not retiring yet. So they won't have heard from us because we're not retiring their copper yet.
So, okay, so these respondents are mostly from Accra and the Bays and some from Little Sahara.
Yeah, so they're unlikely to have been affected yet. So when they are affected, they will get a letter to say, we are going to be retiring your copper within the next 6 months.
So the individuals, they haven't received any letter, they won't be affected?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Ultimately, they will be, because by 2030, we will have exited copper, but not at this stage. They will hear from us directly when it is time for us to retire, but we're doing it in stages around.
Okay, so
some of our cabinets, we've only got 2 customers working off them around the country. So we're looking at those first. So those are the ones that we're actually doing first, and then we're kind of working our way outwards then.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
So yeah, I did read that and I thought, well, that's probably because they actually aren't affected yet. Once they're affected, then they will get a letter from us. And it will be from us directly, not, not someone on the phone ringing them up saying, hey, I'm Eric from Chorus and I'm here and you need to give me your bank number. Not those ones, just when they get a letter from us. My son got called the other day from Eric from Chorus. Yeah, and he said, oh, that's really interesting.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Joe.
Are there any other questions or concerns that you have?
I think we have probably lots, but we've
It's a
got
huge,
lot of
it's a huge issue, and Nathan's happy to come back and talk to you if you need that again. Yeah.
That would be great.
It's really good to know if somebody has received a letter and they're anxious and they're talking to us, that we can put them on to you.
You've got my number. I'm happy to talk to them, more than happy to talk to them. Yeah.
Should be overwhelmed. There are people who are worried about it.
But we have a team anyway. If I find that it's overwhelming for me, then we've got a team that does this, full time. So I'm happy to pass them over. But I know that it is concerning, particularly for older people.
So I appreciate you coming in person.
Thank you.
To talk to us. That means a lot, really.
It does.
You're very welcome.
The community, so I really, really appreciate your time.
I will go and get some of our brochures out of the car. And do we drop it is there somewhere at the front so I don't have to disturb you to bring them back? Great, okay, I'll just drop it on the front.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, we don't want to go home.
Recommend go down the harbour and send it on.
Thank you. Right, Christine, I saw you. Steve, give me a hello, Christine, come on up. Come and chat to us about the update for Neighbourhood 3.
I'm been here a while.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, I thought I would come in and let you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Heather. Everybody's heading down Road today. It's the road down here is just like tourists and buses.
Started the silly season.
Yeah. Do I do anything or just kind of wave in your general direction?
Yeah.
Is there a pointer? Oh, yes. Use that. So I didn't have any flash pictures because we're building stuff right now. Once we've finished building things. So just wanted to come in and just give you a bit of an update because there's been some works underway at Taupo, and you may have noticed some of them. And just give you a bit of an update on what kind of we're also working on in the background. We've probably got about 6 or 7 things that we're kind of actively working on various scales. So it's all go there. Obviously, Paul is here. We'll jump in if I've missed anything. So just so you're aware, we've currently got the recreation ground and sport courts, and that's being delivered by Richard Gibbs. That work is underway. It's almost done. They've just been tidying up a few things, putting a bit more sand into the base just to get that field really working. But it's looking excellent out there, eh, Paul? It's nothing but great things from the community. The Change Pavilion building, so this is the replacement of the existing Change Pavilion at Naval Point. Construction is underway on that. The walls have just gone up. We've got some photos coming up. It's going really well and they're on track to be finished. They're saying April, but I just like to say May because it's more comfortable. And then the recreation grounds, we've got a tender out in the market. It just closed last week. We're reviewing that and we're looking to have somebody on site the 20th of January. So it's all good. So I just thought, I mean, you guys know all this, but the area in yellow is obviously the works that we have done. So that shows you stage 1 and 2 works, as well as we kind of, whilst we were doing that work, we actually did a fair bit of stuff on the peninsula, a little bit that kind of sticks out, including the pontoons, doing some improvements, wind sports, redoing that grass, putting irrigation in, and a bit of planting. So sort of whenever we've touched anything out there, we've tried to make it an overall improvement, no surprises there. This is the work, I'm always afraid to touch these. You make a light go, oh, it does forget. This is the scope that Richard Gibbs is working on at the moment. So this is that sports field. I've actually inserted, just kind of hot off the press, this is the new artwork that Kane Tofferty has designed for the sport courts. So as part of that contract, they're going to build the AstroTurf and the multi-use court, which is for basketball and futsal. So that's underway. Nets are up on around the courts, and as I mentioned, the grass is done. And that's actually from last Friday. That was one of the reasons why my PowerPoint was a bit late, so I forgot it. I just wanted to run out there and sort of get you some photos of live. So that's actually the AstroTurf there. This is the fencing that's going up around the courts, and that's the change pavilion structure under construction. So the roof's not on just yet, but it'll be on in the next few weeks. And that's just looking down. Again, that's the turf court. So this is kind of an extra court we've put in. It's not really designed for any specific sport, but the idea was that rugby had a bit of space that we go and do some scrimmaging on outside of those kind of muddier times of year, so they could kind of go in there and make a mess of it. And I've got a couple local hockey kids that are quite keen to have a play on it as well. But yeah, that's looking down. This is looking towards the coast, and this is the Scouts building here, so this is huge. And that's again just looking from the other direction, and that's into the structure that we're built right now. So yeah, it's actually going really well, which is great. So you sort of talk about these things for years, and then you're actually building them. And so this is just in terms of reference. This is where the change pavilion is. And I know there were some questions about it a couple of months ago. So we are keeping this existing change pavilion structure. We're retaining that until the new one is built and operational. We don't want to have any gaps for the local groups. And so once this is complete, we'll then look to demo this one. It does leave a little bit of work in terms of finishing off Godley Key, because the reason we didn't seal that, because actually the line of the road, the change pavilion actually kind of goes into it, and we didn't want to build the road on a bit of a skew, as well as there's opportunity for parking and upgrading this road, but we're actually working with Three Waters right now to look at how some future upgrades they've got happening in the next few years. So we can do all that as one project, as opposed to digging things up twice. And this is, we're talking about civil and landscape works. That's basically the rest of it. So this is showing those sport courts. So this one, the second one, this is actually the court that we dedicated to Flo McGregor. And so Kane is working on the dedication for that. He's working with the HAPU on that and exactly how that's going to work out. But what he's looking at is there's a seat that's being constructed and he's designed in there. And he's looking to have some kind of signage on that so you can actually sort of sit on the seat, be watching the netball, and kind of have that dedication for Flo in that sort of setting. So that's on the way now. So we've got some good tenders coming in, so we'll have a look at those. And all things going well, it looks like we should have somebody on site there for January. And the plan with this whole zone, the idea is that this whole zone will be done, probably a little bit of overlap into rugby season, but as much as possible we won't. There may be a little bit of planting work, some things that we do need to wait until winter to do. And so that's some of the overlap we'd see going into sort of May, June, which is fine. We've also created a bit of a play space here. So we're working with the Scouts group because with their den just here, they were quite keen to have a place where the kids can play. And so working with them, we've got a lot of materials that have been donated from Littleton Port Company. I've actually just met with Andrew Stark on Friday as well. He's got some materials he can donate. And so we're working with some play consultants in terms of how we can work with the kids and make it kind of a, rather than like, here's a swing, here's a slide, make it kind of a fun, interactive play space for them and for any of the kids that are up in the area. So it kind of supports all that. We've also designed it so that you can skateboard through there. So we're not going to put any skateboard deterrents. We are finding kids out there, there's a round Ponani seats out there right now, and I kind of wondered, Paul and I were out there one day and someone had shuffled the mulch to the side and I'm like, what's going on? But the skateboarders are grinding on it. And it's actually fun, it's not damaging, everything's being built out of 410, so it's very solid. So the decision out there was just to make it quite fun so the kids can interact and skate through that area. That was definitely one of the key desires from the Scouts group. We mentioned the work. The kids could skateboard through and have a play. So we're going to try and keep that quite open for them until there's a problem. Let's not deter that kind of activity. This is the Coast Guard building that's under construction at the moment. So again, that's from Friday. So that's just being built here, and that's just a recent photo of that underway. So they're charging along and they're looking to be open for March. So just right here. So just a bit of a summary of, so that's kind of, I guess, the physical construction works that are kind of tendered and on their way. And I've thrown in a few more key program dates. So the land sale and transfer with LPC. So that work is still underway. I've got some photos coming up on this. Magazine Bay, Park Terrace Reserve, and then what we're calling Western Redevelopment Works. I'll show you pictures because pictures are always more interesting when we talk. So this is just the plan. This shows the land. This goes back to development plans. It's all been approved. We're transferring these roads in red to LPC, and in exchange, we're picking up these pieces, and in addition, we're purchasing this piece of land. So there's actually quite a bit of survey, gazetting, road closure work, and it takes a little bit of time. So we're looking for that to all be buttoned down by sort of early next financial year, so July, August next year. That's just still underway. LPC has been really great. Probably recall, probably about a year ago now, we were demoing, we got some money from the Better Off funding to demo the marina, most of it, but we always decided to retain a portion of it for public use. And so we're looking currently at recladding the structure with the donated timbers from LPC. So we spent a little bit of a stockpile of materials from the port. They donated some nice eucalypt to us, and we've been talking to some mills and found some really great pricing. So the idea is to open that structure up to the public, reclad it, put some handrails on it, make it nice and safe, a place for the kids to hang out. We did lose that jumping, it's called the jumping jetty, last year, unfortunately, just because of structural concerns. And so I understand from talking to Sabrina from the club, a lot of the youth have been hanging out on that structure, which isn't really ideal on a busy boating day. So kind of looking for an opportunity to make a space there for kids and for people to fish and just go and use the space. Because that's been, basically it's a gated with no access. So that's, we're working on that. It'll take a little while. We're looking to have it open for next Christmas. At this stage, we need to get the timber milled and then kiln dried, and just a little bit of process to that. So, but it looks like we've got some good material for that, which is really exciting. And that's just the marina in its current state. So it's really just getting a little bit more width on it and some handrails. We want to encourage the public to kind of use this side and not go into that kind of busy boating side of it. And then this is the current abutment to it. So there's an opportunity to kind of redress this area as well and use some of those timbers to make it a little bit more attractive and to remove that gate fencing, which isn't the most welcoming of environment, given that this will be going over to public use. Was there anything else on that, Paul? Was that? And then this is just some images of the change formation. This is, so in terms of the project, in terms of Naval Point, originally it did not include what we call Park Terrace. So it does now include Park Terrace. So we've been working with our community parks partners and regional parks through Paul, and just recognizing the opportunity to connect these two and this area through here. So I'm now managing the master planning or landscape planning for Parks Terrace Reserve. We've got a conservation plan. We know there's quite a bit of significant heritage sites in this area. So we're just working with the archaeologists right now. And we've reached out to Mātifeki, who's shown some real interest in the area as well. So we're just kind of bringing together those levels of detail before we jump in and do too much in here. But there's an opportunity to really get these access ways working and reconnect it, as well as some gun emplacements in the Thornycraft Museum. So we want to sort of, I guess, give a little bit of love to that side of the site and connect everything through here, because we've already got more people moving through this area. So we're just kind of kicking that off now, I suppose, just getting into that, but it's pretty exciting. And then this is a side that we're sort of calling Western Redevelopment. For lack of a better name right now, there's probably about 10 different projects in there. And it does include a lot of the marine upgrades that we need to do, including the new public ramps. This just shows the alignment of it, so we'll be widening it, a new hand launch ramp, as well as needing to do quite a bit of work to protect that coastal edge, that rock revetment. We did do it on this side prior to CLGP, but we need to do a similar exercise out here, and then talk about any kind of breakwater or protection works in that area. It also includes, with us being a Coast Guard building, there was a recent meeting of Whakaroa Recreation and Naval Point Club. It was last Thursday. I haven't seen a resolution from that, but there was an AGM, and my understanding is they decided to sort of look towards a new shared facility. Which could mean that this building in time is replaced by a new facility in this area that would be combined with a whariwaka, which is being led by Mātifeki representatives. So there's some really, really exciting kind of moves happening, and we really wanted to wait till this got a bit more resolved until we started locking two things in this area. But I guess with the blessing of Paul and moving in with an understanding of those groups, we can now start looking a little bit more detailed at this area. What it does mean is we have quite a bit of technical assessments we need to do. this site has got, I mean, it's an amazing site. A lot of people want to use it very intensively for every kind of recreation. But it does get hit by some pretty heavy winds, and obviously you're in the coastal environment. So anything that moves into that coastal environment, which you need to get some pretty detailed technical investigations to support that marine work. So we anticipate that whilst there may be some projects to kind of pop out of this, I guess, Paul, in the next couple of years, just to see what happens with Pātaka and Naval Point Club, we would anticipate probably spending the next couple of years just getting our consents together and our technical work. And probably we would see there would be a hearing on this as well. And then what we'd likely see is projects popping out of that. Currently funding for all of those, any kind of hand launch ramps, breakwaters, and new public ramps, we probably need to go to subsequent LTPs to fund those, which is fine. We've been aware of that, but we really wanted to get, I guess, a good plan for this to move forward with the community. So we're just in the process right now, I guess, of going back to those groups and getting a sense of if this building is landing, now we're going to look for in terms of storage on the site and trying to bring all that together. Right now is all kinds of shipping containers and a lot of intensive use to happen. We kind of simplify that and bring it together. We're quite keen on creating this, it's called a rigging lawn, but it has the opportunity not just for rigging, but also for small public events. And the ideal here has always been that we could host larger events, such as we have done in the last couple of years for SailGP, but equally we could support smaller kind of boating events, which they already do down the Windsor Lawn, but also in this area and also on the entire site. So try to keep this flexible as possible. Like me, that's
wow. Right. We got Nigel and Kevin and myself already got questions.
Yeah. That's why I run out and leave politics.
Yeah, see Paul sitting here.
I just want to say, fantastic to see, I mean, watching you involved in this process, in the last 4 or 5 years has been quite a journey. My question is, we talked about, we were involved in some of the initial big funding approval.
Yeah.
And it's been great to see, but obviously there's such good funding been going on. And vis-a-vis, I think, the courts, multi-use courts and those things, have they been funded separately, or did they come out of the?
It's all being funded through that initial bid.
Initial bid, okay.
Yeah, the original bid. I should say though that the rec ground work and the sport courts associated with it are being funded through community parks. This is probably one of the tricky things with this layout is that because it's a sports field, I'm looking at Paul so I don't get it wrong, it actually sits under community parks, but it's also got the Littleton Rec Ground Reserve Management Committee that oversees that as well. So, which is a subcommittee of this group.
Yeah.
So we sort of report to them as well as we're doing this work. So there is funding from that's come out of it. We're just doing the landscape portion down the side and the change pavilion out of this project.
I'm sort of asking for an alternative reason because we're trying to develop courts over here. So.
Okay.
We've got a meeting coming and looking out tonight.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, she'll be the one to get you funding.
So thank you, amazing. It's so good to see that reserve, the Park Terrace Reserve, which also kind of ties in with the head-to-head walkway stuff. And when you talked about more of the walking. So what it's going to do to that area is bring a lot more traffic and existing, with recreation, probably less so than the big trucks and stuff. But it would bring the one-way traffic into there and out of there, right on Britain Terrace and what's that key? Norwich, not Norwich Key. Going down into past Yana Marina and that junction there also. Yes, Godley Key, that's the one. There's a lot of kind of issues in that intersection, so I think all this activity will really increase. So I think a bigger traffic kind of plan and all that sort of stuff would be raised.
I know our transport people have been aware from the beginning about that. You talk about the intersection. This is
the only way in and
I'm all about pictures.
That's the only way in and out of the whole place.
Yeah.
So that's just going to raise quite a lot more.
So it's actually not on the screen, but
it's just kind of at the end. At the top there.
So as you kind of go on to Park Terrace, it changes names at that portion.
Yes.
It's always been a very difficult intersection.
So Britain would come at the intersection there, and then it's Godley Key and it's Simeon, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's just going to raise a whole lot of things out there. what was the other thing about it? Oh, and in terms of walkways, it's not really all kind of connected from, say, coming from Littleton into those recreational spaces. Just the other day coming past, you see the yellow lines, but I think it might have been tourists just walking along the road and like trucks going, and I'm thinking, if you know, you know, if you don't know, then where do you walk? Just along the road there, so all that sort of connection stuff. And even with head-to-head connecting from Littleton, going to Cass Bay, it's at Tiana, they've got the head-to-head walk through here, but there's no other, and really it's kind of maybe walk up on the path or walk behind neighbour clubs, so all that kind of integration stuff about, you know, making those areas so useful. And just the last one is, now we've got a really new rec ground. The dog bylaws are talking about dogs on leads, on tracks and things. But if they try to bring penguins back into the harbour and places like that, how would you connect to the bylaws and also onto the rec ground if you're going to unleash dogs? So you might be unleashing something else here.
That's definitely been a major issue with the Reserve Management Committee. I think every time I've been in there, someone from Dog Bylaw is there. And what we've been trying to do through this project is make sure there's lots of rubbish bins. I think that's been one of the issues, is that people don't, people don't pick up their dog poo, which is probably more of a, the bylaw or that aspect of community parks that manage that, and it's a behavioural thing. But we're just trying to make sure that when we build the fields, so they've got options and they have lots of bins out there for it.
Just more dog friendly.
Yeah, but they don't
doing the right thing.
Yeah, it's always a challenge on all of our sports fields as well. So there's only, I guess, we really needed to upgrade the field, and so we just need to make sure we put the facilities in place and put the management in place to ensure people are picking up.
And the last one, when you inherit the land from LPC, is that an opportunity? What's your plans for that space there for a dog park?
No.
Or an idea for a dog park?
It's interesting. That's a good comment. I've heard that a few times. We'll actually, it's surprising how space hungry all the activities that we're doing are.
Yeah.
And fundamentally, by building the green that we are building in this plan, but just thinking back to the plans, so there's a lot of this boat storage use that has been here for a while. We're going to need quite a bit of area just to shuffle people around whilst we're constructing, because you need lay down areas. And ultimately, this is going to become quite a bit, with new bigger buildings, storage facilities, the way it gets rearranged, this will likely be, at this stage, just drawing for boat parking, boat storage, which just sort of shifts that use up, which allows a lot more public use in here. We're trying to make it very public and open through here. So whilst I'd love to say there's room for a dog park, every space on this new plan is being used up. Can I just say something about the penguin thing?
Yes.
So the approach that we are taking down here, and again with Paul and everyone, he'll tell me if I'm getting it wrong. But early on, we spoke to Ngāti about that as well, because obviously dogs and penguins don't mix. And so in the area where they're looking, like LPC is doing quite a few of the penguin boxes and things like that. In this area, we're not encouraging that, because we do recognize this is not where we want to encourage penguins. And so what we're doing is not implementing those kind of penguin attraction. There's lots of other better areas for penguins, and this is not the place that.
Yes, it's a toxic environment.
I have a question about the Western development. Yes. So obviously a lot of that's going to unfold. Is there any timeline on hearings and I guess engagement from community? So I'm hearing a little bit about safety improvements, especially around the ramp in the breakwater. Yeah.
So one of the things we really wanted to nail was where these leased club areas are going to be.
Yeah.
So that's why having finally on the plan there, we've got a locked in Coast Guard, we've hopefully got a fairly well locked in hub and Whare site, and then hopefully we're also very close to locking in storage. So that way I'll come to you guys some stage early next year, hopefully, with some lease proposals. Maybe short-term leases in the beginning until some of these things, there's a lot of relationship stuff going on. It's complicated. But once we can then really lock in those footprints, then Christine can move confidence on the large package of consenting and consulting with everybody to get that stuff right. So we've got to get the lease stuff, because effectively we're giving away parkland with the lease. So I want to make sure that's right.
Okay.
And then as much as possible, the rest is public space.
And I presume a lot of it was discussed at maybe the last meeting on, did you say Thursday there was a meeting? Was there time frames talked about then?
Well, that was a club initiated meeting. So we'll take their guidance, because I don't know how they're planning on fundraising and all that sort of stuff. The boat safety stuff, we're very aware that there's a lot of different views on breakwaters and those sorts of things. What I need to make sure that we are clear on is that anything we build around that foreshore, boat ramps and launching ramps, all of those things, are they reliant on a breakwater? Or is a breakwater just going to provide added value or something? Because if the consenting process is too challenging with a breakwater, or it doesn't get wide support, then we need to have those facilities designed in a way that they won't be reliant on a breakwater, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So there's quite a bit of stuff to evolve out of that. So we're hoping to get in partnership with Naki some more tangible concepts around breakwaters that are supported by those that hold my Peninsula for that space. And then we really hope to engage far more widely with the users.
Okay.
But yeah, breakwaters, it is a challenge, because everybody has a different idea about the use of it.
Well, different users.
Yeah, different users.
Consequences of those people who use it differently and what it means for their vessels and blah, blah,
And I
blah.
suppose really importantly is there is no funding associated with
Uh-huh.
it. So we will need to know that as well.
Yeah, and I guess the ramps are also a thing about that as well.
Yeah,
People
so-
are using it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think there's been a few people that have come directly to council and asked for more information on breakwaters. We'll reply to them. So that I'll have an answer.
Right, sounds like things are happening and there's engagement with the places that need to be engagement with, but as usual, the things just move as fast as they move. So that-
There's quite a bit of science to anything as well in the marine environment. So that's when I talk about the technical reporting, that's actually what we need to do to understand anything we're going to put in that marine environment, even just protecting that coastal edge. We need to have that supported by some really robust geotechnical and hydrological information. So that's part of what we're working on now, so that we can better inform people and make decisions. Come back to yourselves.
I see we've got Tyrone's got a question, and I think he will be the last question asker. Thank you, Tyrone.
Kia ora, sorry I'm a little bit late to the party on this one. Thanks for the update, team. Just, I might have missed it, but like, remind me what's happening with the existing Naval Point building, the yacht club building?
So my understanding, and I haven't followed up with the groups that met on Thursday, I think that's part of the conversation that was had on Thursday.
Yeah, that's kind of what I understand as well. Yeah, carry on.
My understanding, and I'm just looking to pause in saying this, is that the decision was made to, they will retain it, but they'll be looking to start fundraising for the new multi-use building as kind of a future building position on the site. And that could take 1 year, that could take 10 years. We don't have a time frame on that yet, because they would need to find a funding source.
Yeah,
Where would it go?
I'm not sure, can you see when I'm waving the red dot, green dot?
No,
I can't see that. I can see your thing, yep, moving around.
There, to the north of where the Coast Guard building is, there's sort of two buildings. One's a Pātaka, and the other one is the proposed footprint for a multi-use building.
Oh yeah, cool. But the current thinking is to retain the existing naval, like that. There's no immediate, like it doesn't need to be moved anymore or demolished or anything like that.
Can you hear me, Tyrone?
Yes, Paul. Yes, kia ora.
So I'm working with the club, Naval Point Club at the moment, to try and get a better understanding about a short-term lease that they can then confidently get insurance and all sorts of other things sorted for their building. Now they're in a bit of a vulnerable place at the moment, I suppose. They're feeling a bit exposed, so I want to try and help them through that. So if the multi-hub type concept is agreed upon and everybody knows that there'll be a phasing out process of the existing club building, then if I can help them with a short-term lease, do what they need to keep that building and occupants safe, and then a transition into a new building, then that's what I'll come to this board with later on, early next year, I'm hoping. I've got our property. Yeah. It is a bit complicated. It sits on 3 different titles, some of which are not council, so it's going to be complex.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm sure that we can uncomplicate things if there's a willingness, so let's try and do that. So that's where the club is sitting at the moment, but we haven't really had confirmation yet about that decisions at any of those meetings. So, yeah.
Cool, thank you. Look, and can I, Lynn, am I all right just to ask another question?
Make it super quick, yeah.
Yep. So hopefully this doesn't sound too random, but like just with the existing breakwater, are there any conversations around building that up in the short term, or is that just too kind of tricky from so many different angles?
It's definitely tricky, and you would need to have a consent. So any kind of works out there, a lot of what we're looking at right now is remnant. There was obviously a plan to do a large marina in that entire area, which failed. We've had 2 breakwaters fail out there over the last 20 years. So council, and as Paul mentioned, we want to be pretty careful in anything that we propose, and that we try and benefit as many people. So retaining this one, there's could be aspects of it that you would retain. But as Paul mentioned, we want to be working with our partners at Ngāti Wheki, and we want to have it backed up by science.
Oh, sorry, Paul, go on.
Our advice from the harbour master from the navigational point of view is that it's fine and does not need building up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've just heard it put out there that, we could just chuck a few rocks on top of that, and
Yeah.
it's never quite that simple. Okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah. Lovely. Well, it sounds like, as always, you're putting back in some amazing good work going on there, and exciting about all the developments that are happening here, and fantastic to see you and pull onto this with your team. So thank you very much for coming and talking to us about it today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you. So we've got Philip online, hopefully they're clear, talking to us about, and Amy. Philip, I had to move my sticky thing and then I can see their name. Philip, Claire and Amy talking to us today about the development of a local alcohol policy process and progress. Thank you. If you could just introduce yourself, that would be super.
My name is Claire Fletcher. I'm the engagement advisor on the local alcohol policy. Some of you, all of you will be familiar with who I am on other projects. I'm just going to try and share my screen as well, because we've got the PowerPoint to share with you. With me today is Philip Henderson, our policy analyst, who's waving now, and Amy Martin, who is our research lead for the local alcohol policy. The 3 of us represent a team of about 10 that are working on it at the moment. So let me just see if I can get this to work. And I'm just going to try and go full screen for you.
Yep, that looks good.
Perfect. Cool. So the purpose of us coming to having a chat to you today is to provide you with a progress update on how the local alcohol policy is being developed, answer any questions that you might have right now, and understand any feedback that you might have right now. There are some that may want us to get straight into looking at what it should be in a draft local alcohol policy, and others might want to understand more about the process. So today, what we're going to cover is what it is, what it can and it cannot be, the process and who's involved, the timeline for delivery that we're aiming towards, and at a high level, what the Life in Christchurch survey results tell us about your board area, and the feedback in comparison to the wider Christchurch and Banks Peninsula communities. You'll then have an opportunity to ask us questions. We are aware we've got 20 minutes, so we're going to speed through this and to make sure that you have time to ask any questions you may have of us. Just over to Philip.
Hello.
turn one of your volumes off. Yeah, thank you.
Speakers.
Your volume logged on.
Okay. Hello, my name's Philip, and I'll briefly explain what a local policy, alcohol policy is and what it can and can't do. Are we able to move the slides on? Is that the next one? Okay, so a council may choose to have a local alcohol policy and to use that to provide direction to the licensing committee in the district on how alcohol should be sold and supplied. Councils don't have to have a local alcohol policy, but where they do have one in place, the district licensing committee then must consider it when making decisions. The Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act is the legislation under which local alcohol policies are made, and it sets out what can and can't be included in a local alcohol policy. So LAPs can include any or all of the provisions that are listed on the slide. These LAPs may include policies on where licensed premises can be located. That can be in with reference to broad areas, or it can be in relation to other premises or facilities, types of facilities, which some people refer to also as sensitive sites. It can have a policy within an LAP on whether any new licenses or types of license can be issued in the district or in any parts of the district. And you can also either restrict or extend the maximum trading hours set out in the Act. LAPs also enable the council to set direction to the district licensing committee on what sort of conditions should be imposed on licenses or types of license. So that could be one-way door conditions, so that after a certain time, anybody who has exited a venue is not able to go back into it. But also conditions can cover discretionary matters, and those can be much more specific and tailored to the type of venue that is being considered for a license. If we could move to the next slide. What a local alcohol policy is a general alcohol policy, or strategy. So its scope is narrowly defined. It can do the things we've just spoken about, but it can't include policies on matters that don't relate to licensing. And that's quite an important point to make, really, because it's not a substitute for something else that you may wish to put in place to tackle issues that don't relate directly to licensing. If we can move to the next slide. The Act sets out the minimum steps that a council must take if it wants to have a local alcohol policy. There are things we have to do. Basically, we have to consult certain parties, so that's the police, the medical officer of health, and the licensing inspectors in our district. And we have to consider certain information about Christchurch City, the district, including the health of its residents and also the nature and severity of alcohol-related issues arising in our district. Councils must also, if they want to have a local alcohol policy, they must also consult the public at the point where they have a draft policy written. That would then need to go out to the public using the special consultative procedure. But in addition to that, Council has also directed us to engage with stakeholders before we consult on any draft of the policy. So the engagement that would take place before that is separate to what would then happen once we actually have a draft LAP in place. Okay, important point to mention is it's got to be a robust process, and we need to make sure that we're not inadvertently perceived to be predetermining any outcomes. So at this point, that limits the extent to which it's possible to say our LAP may contain X, Y, or Z, because we need to take the information we receive and consider that in order to prepare the draft for consultation. I'll hand over to Claire now, who will continue.
So what we've been doing since June is gathering the information and requesting data from the Police and Health New Zealand that's required under the SSAA requirements. And that includes information around overall health indicators, severity of alcohol-related harm within Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, how many problems there are in the district, the objectives and policies of district plan, the number, location and hours of our current licences, and alcohol bans and bylaw areas, bylaw information, demography of the district, etc. In November, with our key statutory stakeholders, as well as some of our licensee representatives, and been sending emails to non-interested groups who are interested in the process. Well, first and foremost, to ask for any other data where we've found gaps within, or we believe there are gaps within the statutory data, and also to understand those key stakeholder groups' points of view prior to us fully analysing what the issues are within the data that is supported by the data. You can see there that there's a council webpage that you can, anyone can go to, ccc.gov.nz/local alcohol policy, and they can sign up to be kept informed on the stakeholder list as well. And we're now coming to meet with all 6 community boards, sharing the Life in Christchurch survey results from the September survey that was completed. So there are several ways that the stakeholders and community can participate throughout the process. And in the first phase, which we're undertaking at the moment, we did the Life in Christchurch survey. We've been holding key stakeholder meetings, set up the web page, and provided information via email to stakeholders. In the second phase, we are in early next year, we are intending to go back out to the wider community once we understand what our issues and options are. With that, to test those ideas and understand the appetite for them to be put in as potential solutions to the issues that have been identified in the data. I should caveat that with we will go back to council early next year with that report that will tell them, give them analysis and tell them what we have identified are the issues in Christchurch that a local alcohol policy could help with. And then subject to council approval, we would then look to gather the information from that second phase of engagement from the wider community, and then look to gain approval to go out again to the public and using a special consultative procedure on a draft policy itself. This is the proposed timeline that we presented to the council on the 20th of November, so last week. Yes, time's going really fast. We asked them to make 2 decisions. We asked them to make a decision on the timeline to achieve development of a local alcohol policy, taking into consideration that next year is an election year. And we asked them to make a decision on who the hearings panel would be made up of early, so that we could communicate that early to all of the key stakeholders. Last week, they affirmed that if we get to have a draft local alcohol policy to consult on, we will have a whole of council hearings panel with those who have conflict of interest removed. And that would be those who may hold a liquor licence, for an example. They also confirmed that they would defer the decision on timeline until they have seen the issues and options report in the new year. So the decision on whether or not we complete the project prior to the elections or after the elections, there are a couple of pause points that we've suggested to council. That decision will be made in the early new year once they have seen what the issues are. So a reminder of the community board's role in this process is it's a whole of city and Banks Peninsula process. You, to us, are the local knowledge. We need you to help. It's gone. No, it's done. Sorry, Tim. we need you to promote opportunities for the community to participate, and we need you to participate in events within your local area as well. So what we are asking community boards is if it's appropriate for us to hold workshops in each board once we understand the issues and options, would you have appetite to host some sort of gathering of your local community groups for us so that we can understand their points of view over those issues and options? Give me a nod in the room if that's something that would be of interest to you, or have a think about that and let me know. We'd also like you to submit feedback on the proposals. Now I'm going to hand over to Amy, who's going to walk you through the Life in Christchurch survey results for Banks Peninsula board area. It's not going to work because the sound's coming through my computer as well, so mute your mouth. Bear with us. Bear with us, team. We're doing a switcherooning in the room as the room technology wasn't working for us.
That's handy, isn't it?
It's so handy. We even came in half an hour before to try and sort it.
It never works when you want it to.
Okay.
Yeah, we know the feeling, yeah.
Hello, everyone. So what I'm going to do is very quickly whiz through a summary of the Life in Christchurch survey. We ran Life in Christchurch earlier in this year in August and September, and the questions were asked in the context of neighbourhoods. So tell us about your neighbourhood and tell us about a range of issues in your neighbourhood, and alcohol was one section of that. You'll notice as we move through that there are no numbers in this presentation, and that's because we are still finalising the analysis, and it's also going to be subject to an external peer review as well. So we won't publish any final figures until we have that peer review done. At this stage, the intent's really just to give you a bit of a flavour of what residents in your board area said. So as you can see on the slide in front of you at the moment, we actually got pretty good numbers across all of the board areas in the survey. We received 5,000 responses from just Christchurch overall, plus a few from some other areas in Canterbury and outside of Canterbury. You'll see that while the Banks Peninsula overall total is still lower, interestingly, was still higher as a proportion of the overall population than some of the other urban boards. So around 2.7% of the total population for Banks Peninsula versus 1.2% or 1.3% for those urban boards. Cool. So diving into some of the results, overall, the Banks Peninsula community was divided on whether communities should have more say regarding licensed premises in their local neighbourhood. Just under half of the respondents from the Peninsula agreed that alcohol was too easy to get a hold of in Christchurch generally, and that more harm occurs in places where alcohol is easier to access. And there were some mixed views around whether alcohol-related harm is worse now than it was 5 years ago. Less than a third of the respondents from the Peninsula agreed that the current rules, regulations and restrictions are adequate for addressing alcohol-related harm. So we asked them a series of questions around where they think harm occurs and how much harm occurs in each of those places. Generally, respondents from the Peninsula agreed that to some degree, alcohol-related harm occurs in each of the locations that we surveyed. However, the level of harm varied significantly across each of the locations, which are on the left there in the green box. Overall, the results showed us that respondents feel that the most harm happens in places where alcohol consumption tends to be unregulated, particularly in places such as private homes and residences. 2/3 think that an extreme or a moderate amount of harm occurs in private residences, and 2/3 also reported thinking that a little or no/minimal harm occurs in restaurants and cafes. So there's quite a big difference between those two. More than half think that a moderate or a little harm occurs in social and sports clubs. So we asked them about the types of issues that they experience in their local neighbourhoods directly as a result of alcohol consumption. And overall, you can see that respondents from the Peninsula were statistically less likely to report that most of the issues that we surveyed occur frequently in their neighbourhoods, particularly, and this is comparing it to all other wards in the city, and are more likely to report that they occur rarely or never. I think when you're looking at this particular slide, it's important to consider the unique nature of the Peninsula and many of the communities, and that may have had an impact on how respondents answer this question compared to some of the more urban communities where people live a lot closer together, and those issues can be exacerbated by confined spaces. In terms of licensed premises, so we asked them about the number of licensed premises in their local neighbourhoods, and generally the majority of the respondents who live on the Peninsula felt that there were around the right number of licensed premises in their neighbourhood. Where they said the number's about right, we then asked them if they'd like to see any more, and those who thought that there were around the right number on the Peninsula was split between disagreeing that they needed more or neither agreeing or disagreeing. The anomaly was places where alcohol can be purchased and consumed on premise with a meal, where 2 in 10 respondents reported wanting more of those in their neighbourhood compared to 1 in 10 for all of the other licence types. The comments around this really suggest that people see places like restaurants and cafes as important places for connections and communities. The majority think that bottle stores, pubs and bars and nightclubs should have restrictions on how close they're operating to community facilities. And the facilities that they thought those restrictions should apply to were early childhood education centres and schools, so both primary and secondary schools, medical and rehabilitation facilities and hospitals, and parks, playgrounds and sports facilities. We also asked them about the hours of licensed premises in their local neighbourhood, and respondents from the Peninsula were divided about the opening hours. However, generally the majority tipped towards the hours being too long. In the cases of bottle stores, small grocery and convenience stores, and restaurants and cafes, respondents were more divided between the hours being too long or about right. And when looking at on licenses such as pubs, bars and nightclubs and social or sports clubs, the majority tipped to them being slightly too long. In terms of supermarkets, the majority of respondents from the Peninsula thought that they were about right. And that's it from Life in Christchurch.
So our next steps in the process is for us to meet with council early next year and share the issues and options report. To lead up to that, we're continuing to do the analysis, having it peer reviewed, and we are still meeting with a couple more key stakeholders to understand their perceptions right now about local alcohol policies and what they can and can't do, bearing in mind that many of our key stakeholders have participated in multiple processes across New Zealand. There's currently about 42 local alcohol policies across New Zealand. And we will come back and report to you in the early new year on next steps as well. If you are interested as a board in participating or hosting some sort of event, if appropriate, we'll also organise that with the governance team to support that as well. That brings us to the end of our presentation. And next up is questions. If you've got any questions of us.
Thank you. We do have one question today. We've done some great research and answers. Oh, we've got two. We've got a few minutes, but we've got two questions. I'm sure our elected members can do their best to ask that. Where you go, Nigel, and then we've got
I'm a little concerned about what you refer to as a neighbourhood basement to neighbourhood. Because does that include Peninsula up in the up around the top end of Kilometre going up into the hills, or does it refine over here? Because what the neighbourhood looks like is a little bit different from the Eastern Bay, Wairua and Littleton. I guess from a scoping point of view, I would be concerned about some of that feedback that was that broad. I know from a tourist potential here in the inner bays, I'm a little member, and I know for like festivals, sports things, they're all very big part of our community and our financial infrastructure. So I think them to be impacted by negative results or scoping from somewhere on the other side of the peninsula. Thank you. Any input on that? Thank you.
So when we ask that question, we start right up front asking them which suburb they live in, and that includes a range of the settlements across the peninsula. So where respondents have given us detail, we know pretty well where it's from. So we can split, for example, the Littletons from the Akaroas and the Diamond Harbour and some of those other smaller settlements over there. So we have good location data that we can drill into more. What can limit us is sample size. So once we start getting down too far, if we start to lose a good number of respondents, we'll stop reporting at that level.
Tyrone, your question.
Thank you. And Amy, that would be really useful to get that information.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sure someone on Birdling's Flat would have a very different feeling about baths than someone in Littleton. It really feels to me, and I completely understand that some of my colleagues want an LAP, but it does feel a little bit to me like a solution looking for a problem. And so is there any, and the thing that I'm really terrified about is that something will come in that is good for Christchurch but doesn't work for Banks Peninsula.
Yeah.
So to what level can Banks Peninsula opt out of the discussion in the application of an LAP?
I think the only thing I can say on the first point you made is that we are currently in that problem definition stage of trying to understand from the information we've received in response to requests of statutory officials for data, what's the scale and the nature of the problem, and also to as far as possible where it's occurring as well. The engagement that we're undertaking will also help us understand the community preferences about where there are perceived to be issues in the community, and that also has the potential to vary from place to place within the district. So that problem is still being defined with the information that Amy's team and others are bringing to us. The point about sort of an opt-out, I think what the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act enables the council to do, so it would be the council that would have to approve the draft LAP that is consulted upon, and it would be the council that would be approving and finalising any LAP that comes out at the other end of that process, and it may apply provisions to to all of the district or to some of the districts. So you can apply different things across different places of the district if that is what the council chooses to do. So an LAP may apply across all of the districts in the same way, or it can be varied so that it applies differently to different areas. But that's something that would have to be written into the draft and taken through council. I hope that helps to answer that.
No, it does, and thank you. And just a final kind of suggestion is that I would encourage those involved in the formation of the policy advice to do as much on the ground research in both Littleton and Akaroa and anywhere else they can think of in order to properly inform their understanding of how the current rules work in those areas. And I'd be happy to accompany them.
You're putting your hand up to host an event, is that what I'm hearing you say, Tyrone?
I'm just saying that, the policy formation should be informed by lived experience.
Understood. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so that's awesome. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for any more questions, but appreciate your informing us on this important policy and what's going to be happening there. So, Claire, Amy, and Philip, thank you. Even though you battled on through, even though you had tech issues, so I appreciate your persistence with that and the way that you present things in an understandable way. Really appreciate that too.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting up with our technology issues. We will try better next time, or we'll just show up in person.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Thanks, team. Thank you.
Okay, bye. Right, we're going to have lunch break now for 30 minutes. So we will see people back online and here in person at 1:07. Is that right? Is my maths okay? Thank you. The dot. Thanks, everybody. Yeah.
Or just see what you can have.
We're on.
It does agree. The biggest one.
Today I started in the shoe, I mean the bag.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Well, we actually, I just need to check the agenda with Liz real quickly. So we're starting with those. That's nice. I just wanted to make sure that we're. Yeah, we're good. Fantastic. So Megan, Paul and Jen have already, I've got Jen online.
Yeah, and you should have Taylor as well.
Okay. Yes. And Taylor, welcome everybody. Hi, welcome to the community. Would you like to introduce what you're here to talk about? Who you are?
Yes, so kia ora koutou, we're here to talk about the Port Hills vision document. But firstly, I just want to introduce Taylor, who's online. She might sort of quickly introduce herself before we start as well.
So, kia ora koutou, ko Ngāti Whiki ahau, and ngā mihi for this space in your room to talk about this kaupapa. It's something that here us at Ngāti Whiki we're really excited to be a part of. We've been talking for a while now, and yeah, really keen to get into it. So yeah, kia ora, I might just do a wee karakia if that's all good with everybody. Kia ora koutou. Whakatakati hau ki te uru, whakatakati hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei, mauri ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So we have a presentation. Is that on your screen? Awesome. So we're here to talk about the Port Hills vision document. Did you want to? Oh, I'm Megan Carpenter and I'm team leader for Parks Planning and Recreation at Council. And this project sits within my team.
Good afternoon, Paul Devlin, Park Ranger.
And so obviously Paul's there as the owner for this project. And we've also got Jen online who is involved in this project with us from Exist. I don't know if you want to introduce yourself, Jen, or just keep going. She's okay, just keep listening. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Jen Bendon. I'm a director at Exist, and we're supporting Megan to do the writing and the mapping and the visual document of Port Hills, as well as some of the advice around consultations. So yeah, it's been a team effort so far between Ngāti Whiki and Megan and Paul. So yeah, looking forward to briefing you all on this exciting project.
So a little bit about this session is just to introduce this project to you, and it's a project to create a high-level vision document for all of the publicly accessible land on the Port Hills. It might be that we have different landowners that have accessible land in the Port Hills involved in this project, but that's up to them to opt in and out. So we're working through with those stakeholders as the project progresses. The background of this project is it's been on the cards for a very long time and it kind of hasn't progressed, but Council did request in the 22-23 annual plan that we consider funding for this project, and that's funded within the Parks planning budget, so it's not a specified long-term plan item. We're partnering with both Te Hapu o Ngāti Whiki and Whiriora, who are representing Ngāi Tuahuleri. We've had some initial meetings with those mana whenua, and they're both really excited to be involved, and we're just going through the details of our relationship and how it progresses, and that's why Taylor's online today, just to show that partnership exists and it's evolving, and we're going to work together to develop this. This is just a picture from Mount Pleasant, I think, by the looks of that. It's a really neat spot if you haven't been up there. Oh, it's really a nice button, isn't it? So there was a lot of information in the briefing sheet about why we're doing this project. We want it to be collaborative and develop a partnership, like I said, with Mana Whenua, but we also want to work with those key landowners that own other larger land parcels on the foothills. It's not going to go into the nitty-gritty of land that council don't own, like we'll say more private ownership. That's what they do is controlled by the district plan. So it may be that what this vision document prepares might influence some of the things that they do, but we can't, it's not strategic, so we can't enforce those actions of the landowners. We know there's a lot of different values in the hills, so you've got to consider climate resilience, all the natural features, cultural heritage, the recreational opportunities, as well as the ecological significance. So we started some of that background evaluation, but we just want to make sure that the document reflects what is important and unique about the Port Hills and how it can look in 50 years' time if we're working towards that vision. Following, we actually might go back to the presentation. I don't know what screen I'm on. Do you want this one? No, that's all. So yeah, there's a little bit of that, how we want to establish that shared vision around the development, use and management of the Port Hills. We obviously want to identify those values and that unique characteristics. Where we are right now, so this is the high-level vision document, and following the development of that, we can start to develop park management plans or an omnibus plan for all of the council-owned lands on Port Hills, and that's where you get into like the nitty-gritty detail of those parks going forward, and we can even look to develop development plans or concept plans for those parks as well. But what we're talking about right now is, the bird's eye view of how we want Port Hills to look as we move into the future. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I suppose one of the challenges we're going to have with this plan is that people are naturally going to dive into detail really quickly. You're the first board we've formally approached, so there we go. Shows how much we value you. But what we don't want to do here is, or what this plan can't really deliver, because it's a non-statutory plan, is solutions around things like sedimentation and those other things. And I think a lot of groups will really want this plan to deliver something like that. I think we'll never ever see the end of the plan if we do that. What it needs to do is to reference where those things are really important to the community and to council and to landowners, and then make sure they're referenced in a way that we can then go into the detail of specific planning needs, which may be a management plan style or district plan changes or all sorts of things. But we need to keep this plan way up.
High level.
Yeah, and it's just a guiding document so that rangers don't come up to work in the morning and make stuff up and go and do it, which is what we've been doing for ever. And luckily, kind of lands about right, but it won't always. So what we're really after here is to keep it really high level, and for those people that want to go into the detail, we need to have, and this is where exists, will be really important in terms of Jen's team to make sure we're capturing the information that people really want to see as an outcome, and then not lose that information. So.
Yeah, I might add to that as well, just to say that this is quite a unique setup in order to do a vision first and then look at the management plans or the bits that come out of that afterwards. And it's a really good setup, I think, that Megan and her team have proposed, especially for such a large area that impacts so many people. I often reflect that even if you don't live on or near the hills, you look at them. So yeah, it's such a significant part of Ōtautahi. So I think this is a really good way to gain that vision, or especially a shared vision that hasn't really occurred previously other than spots, to be able to then make decisions on. And there's a lot to get through in that. So it's a great way to kick that off, and also partner and talk to yourselves and other boards and get on hopefully a similar page for the vision.
So this is kind of the draft scope where we sit right now. So this is including Christchurch City Council managed or owned land parcels, as well as potential relationships that we could develop with other landowners. So as you can see, the scope is wide. It's from Godley Head right to Gibbs Pass, and generally down to Whakaroko, and on the other side, the routes that get you from, I suppose, Seagull up to the summit. So there'll be some like legal roads play an important part, for example, as well as all the council and manager knowledge in those other landowners' land parcels. Just to know that, again, that this is draft and some landowners may choose to opt in or out of the project. So it's really important, following our updates to all the boards, that we start to work with those landowners to ensure we, have a good approach to this project.
Some of you might remember the backlash that happened in the Summit Road Society proposed a regional park type concept for the Port Hills. So that's not what this is. So unfortunately, as soon as you put lines on a map, you create a real focus. So individual landowners are going to need to really work hard on that relationship to make them understand this is not a you must do. It's very much willing landowners. So I expect that we might get a little bit of initial concern once this starts to become more public, that this is another council land grab or something like that, which it's not.
And this kind of highlights all the different types of people we could work with, if they want to or not. So, yeah, it's a really exciting project. Just a note, there is a project around the Banks Peninsula Reserves management plans that you're all aware of. They're mostly local and community parks, whereas this is more the regional type parks that are involved. However, the vision document kind of still can have that overarching view of those community parks. It's just that when we go to doing more of the developed stuff afterwards, so if it's a management plan or a concept plan, the Banks Peninsula plan will take the community park type reserves on that in their plan, and this will be those highly vulnerable regional parks. So like we've mentioned, what's in scope is to understand the values and visions from a Runanga and Te Ao Māori perspective. So that's why we're choosing, well not choosing, that's why we are partnering with Te Hapu and Ngāti and Whiriora, who represent Ngāi Tuahuriri. There's other people that we'll need to work with on this project, including the Department of Conservation, Land, Schemes, Selwyn District Council, because they actually own some of the land that's in scope, alongside council. And then we have the landowners that are going to be our key stakeholders in this project, such as the Port Hills Park Trust Board and the Summit Road Protection Society. There's some catchment groups and reserves committees as well that we know have an interest in this project. But yeah, again, it's just important to remember it's a high-level document, visionary document. It's not strategic and cannot enforce what all Port Hill landowners do, which is what the district plan does. We want to make sure it's clear and concise, and we want it to avoid becoming too detail focused, because that will not only increase the cost, but it will also impact on what we can achieve. We want to make sure it's fit for purpose. And we want those main key stakeholders to embrace this project so that we can work together and that their views are adequately considered. Can't speak right. This is kind of outlining what the project will involve. It's not quite small writing, but we've kind of kicked off, we've done some background work. We've got our project partners on board. We know who the key stakeholders are, we need to go start talking to them. We've done some background information analysing, and we're right now in the community board briefing stage. Then we'll start to do some site activities, meet with key stakeholders, and then to work to understand their values and use and aspirations for the Port Hills. Looking to then draft the vision document, take it back to all those key stakeholders to check in if we've got it right. And then we're still uncertain at this stage whether there'll be a step there around community consultation, because that's when we're going to get all the detailed focused stuff. And if we do choose to do that step, that's where it's going to be important that we take out the bits that are to do with the vision document and hold all the other information for the next steps. So, no piece of information is invaluable, but it's just that it might be too detail specific right now. And then we'll look to go to council to adopt the plan. And then you can see just outside of the phases, the future projects of reserve management plans or concept plans of specific parks. There's going to be a couple of hold points in the project because this is quite unique, just to make sure that we're still going down the right trajectory. So we haven't created timeframes yet, because obviously the first most important thing is to work with mana whenua, and we're mindful of that it could take time, and then we'll kind of start working with landowners and moving through the project. And we've also got an election next year, so we're mindful that that might cause some problems or not. Anything to add to that? Cool. Yeah, obviously this is the first phase of those 3 projects, and there's going to be the most opportunity will be for the community to provide feedback in the reserve management and concept planning stage. So early next year we're going to start or continue working with Runanga and start the early stakeholder engagement with the other key landowners, and we can at that point give some more updates to the board as well about where we are and what we're about to head into, just so that you know what's happening. I suppose there's just any time now for questions or comments, unless you've got anything more to add. I think the last slide was that. Oh wait, I haven't done it. That one. Yeah.
So yeah, this has been hanging around since just before earthquakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's an ambitious project, really. I haven't seen too many things like it. Jean's been doing a little bit of research as to what else is out there on this, but yeah, I'm looking forward. I'm hoping it's going to really it'll be invaluable discussion anyway, at the very least. It'll be invaluable discussion. And there's a lot of groups out there that we've said wait on projects until the Port Hills plan spits out what it does. And they are quite detailed projects and a catchment, like a group wanting to see a track from there to there. And we're going, well, just hang on a minute, because we're not sure if we want to have that activity happening in that style of reserve. So everyone's been really patient for 15 years probably. So it's time to, to get into this and see where it lands. And I really don't know what it looks like, which may worry you, but I can't picture it.
That's kind of the point, though.
Jean and Megan and Taylor hopefully can. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to this, because I think it's going to create some really good discussion. So yeah, that's about all we've got. Taylor, did you have anything to add to that?
No, not unless there's any questions, but if there's any questions that could come my way that I could ask, but nothing else to add, just happy to be here.
So.
Right, we've got a couple of minutes for questions, I think, and then you
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Paul and Megan. When I was going through the slide, I just realized that it's a really good concept, what you're trying to achieve, because it is stepping away and looking at the peninsula and how it looks like. I wonder why this focus on Port Hill, why not the whole peninsula? Because we have a number of organizations working on different affairs, and since it is a strategy, it's a written document. You have already built a working relationship with TV, so working with different households and different organizations you are already working with. So it would be a good opportunity to think in that space, because you won't be dealing too much details, so that kind of saves time in that regard. So that's just my thought and what's your take on it.
Tara, this is my take on that.
Yeah. I think like, the scope of this project already seems like something we've got to keep in control, and if we add
Yeah, I take your point. I
Yeah.
really do. I suppose the thing about the Port Hills is the percentage of publicly accessible land is way higher than the rest of the peninsula. And there's already threads that are going through private land more so than what there is on the peninsula from a council asset point of view. I mean, if you map the peninsula from a multi-agency point of view, there's obviously significant other parcels of land. But I think that maybe there'll be some stuff out of this which will enable us to, if it is proven to be successful, that we could roll out in other areas, because there's also the rest of the car infested swamp, as Hugh would call it, further out around Christchurch. So yeah, I think there could be. So I'm hoping this will educate us a little bit as if to see if we could do something similar across other parts of our district. But at this stage, I think our brief and our budget is pretty limited to the Port Hills only.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you. It's a very detailed answer.
Thank
We've got Luana and I see Tyrone up there as well.
Yeah, nami kia korua. Just in terms of hapu engagement, so, and sorry, my ignorance is probably going to come into play here in terms of, I understand this has been something that's been in development for a long time. In terms of engagement with mana whenua, so a lot of the land that presumably adjoins what your vision is going to be is individually owned Māori land. So you're looking for access through that land, is that what I'm?
If the trustees as a group or as a representative wishes to be part of the conversation, then absolutely fine. But no, this isn't making an assumption of public access. Public access is one of the threads, but so is resilience. Ecologically, where do we see the hotspots as being, and some of that may well be on private land, each of the trustees' land. So don't get focused just on public access. So we won't be putting any pressure on anybody to say, hey, look at the gap between this track and that track. No.
Because there's also a landscape protection area. That's a quite a significant portion of that land.
So no, so there's lots of layers within district plan we need to be aware of, but it'll never be a fresher conversation with landowners to fill the gap. Knowledge that there is a gap is useful, and then it's over to individual landowners. But
Awesome, thank you.
Excuse me, Tyrone, over to you.
Thank you. A comment and a question, actually. Just firstly, the comment, like, I mean, this is really exciting because if you look at the map, I think it's slide 5 or whatever that shows all the different land owners, and you know, it's just such a mishmash, you know, good mishmash. But yeah, it's to realise all the ecological values and all the stuff that we want to do around fire resilience and all that sort of stuff. There has to be a framework to, you know, to get everyone sort of on the same kind of page. So that's amazing. So brilliant, really exciting from that regard. Quick question, which is that how would this, like, let's just say, like with Te Kakahu Kahukura and the work that they're doing on the, what I guess is loosely called the Southern Port Hills, how would that kind of framework fit in with this, if that makes sense? Or is that just like, don't overthink it, Tyrone?
no, so they would be a natural stakeholder that we would target for communication with, because they have some multi-landowner cross-boundary aspirations for ecological restoration and resilience. So yeah, they would be we would naturally seek them out, Tyrone, to...
Right, so they just fold in, really, so that's good.
Yeah, get their views. They wouldn't... It's I suppose the closest similar thing might be like the Whakaora Healthy Harbour project in some ways, as a non-statutory willing landowner document. So TKK and other sorts of community catchment groups, we'll seek them out and see how they want to use this plan. And I suppose that'll be the key discussion, is what do they see as this being able to support their kaupapa, without going down into the minute detail of, a tree here and a track there.
But ultimately, this is like a mana whenua-led plan, though, right? With council support.
Yeah, this completely needs to tie in with our partnership obligations, but not an obligation, but as what we do. So having that rich layer will only add value to what the outcome will be. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds fantastic. And just that process going through, working with the collaboration that is involved, the teamwork that you guys, the skills that you have to pull all that together and hear from people. Pātaka good work, really encouraging you guys. And if we can help with anything, let us know. Thank you for being
I suppose that's a question that we have really, is I'm not sure how the board wants to get involved, whether it's another opportunity for you to think about what you want out of a plan and communicate it back to us, but I don't know. We've already had an informal meeting with the Sprayton Heathcote ages ago now, and they dove into detail straight away, which is fine. But it'd be good to get some thinking at some stage.
Well, I'm seeing nods around the table, so I'm happy to look at some report back or update, or if we can give any feedback on anything, happy to do that. Sure. Work with the other community boards that are.
So we're going on Forceful, we'll be recommending to do the same information workshop on Thursday, and then we're over to Sprayton Kashmir Heathcote on start of December. I think with how you work, that could be a good option.
Yeah, and whatever way we can be helpful in the way that makes us unique and different.
Oh, you're the number one board. There's no difference.
That's right, we talk about sport fields and someone relates to us.
Yeah, awesome. Good on you. Keep going up with that one.
Thank you. Thank you, Taylor and Jen.
Thank you, Sam, online. Appreciate it. All right, second Puniki Reserve. We've got Stephen, Paul, stay here, Paul. Stephen, Paul, and Debbie.
Who's Debbie?
Yeah, Debbie.
So apologies from Debbie.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome anyway. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Stephen Gray. I'm a project manager in the regional parks team. Actually, I don't know if I've met a lot of the board members here since the change.
We can quickly go around if you like.
Yeah, I know Nigel because he sits on the co-governance team.
Well, we'll start off with us.
Yeah, my name is Asif Hussain. Across the field.
Kia ora, I'm Lynn. I represent Wairewa and I'm the chair of the board.
Kia ora, Kathy Webb, Littleton subdivision.
Kia ora, I'm Luana from Dales Manubit.
Nice to meet you all. Anyway, I've got PowerPoint up there.
Oh, we've got Tyrone and Gillian online. Can you please introduce yourself?
Kia ora, Tyrone Fields, Christchurch City Councillor for Banks Peninsula.
Kia ora, I'm Gillian Frater and I'm from Littleton subdivision.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, so take Pūtake. We're just coming along to give you an update today. So first of all, apologies also from Pam Richardson and Rick Tainui, over in Christchurch at the wastewater treatment hearings today. So same with where Debbie is as well. So they've been tied up with that today and unfortunately couldn't make it, but they would have liked to have been here to just show their support. I suppose what today's about is just a bit of an update and a little bit of a recap actually on where we're at. Fantastic. So I suppose just a recap is that we've got the landscape development plan that was approved back in 2021, and is that all working? Yeah, and we developed that area there with the first Takarangi and the Po, and also we've been undertaking planting along this boundary and a large block through here, which was done this year. We're here to also talk about what we're looking at for the next stage, which is the second Takarangi, third Takarangi, this path network, and part of the path down towards the Red House and potential connection out with through the Express Mart. So just again, a bit of a recap, sort of what the first Takarangi looks like, and on the right-hand side, the two seats that have just been completed in the last week. Finally got those done. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a mission to get those in, but they look fantastic. First one went to, and our contract engineer that was on site said a tourist bus pulled up and there's about 30 people sitting on one seat, so great to see they didn't get well used already. But yeah, fantastic looking site, how it's come together. And this was the planning that was done in June this year. So we had around sort of 40 odd people, I think, all tuned up. Got them around 1,500 plants. And then we had another 5,000 plants that were completed by contractors within that space. So just a little bit of a recap of what's been done to date. What we're looking at now as part of the second stage of work, as I mentioned, is the Takarangi and the third Takarangi of these paths. This is a bit of an overview plan showing where they sort of sit. We've moved them a little bit further down the hill off this boundary. The concept plan showed this sitting up a lot higher up the slope, but with discussions with these neighbours, we've just pulled it down a little bit. We wanted to provide a much better planting buffer between the area as well, and it just sort of feels like it fits nicely down in that space. So no real changes to what was shown in the concept, just sliding it downhill a little bit more. As mentioned here, part of this stage will include the path network between the two Takarangis down towards the Red House. This path that will run right through this area, we're aiming to make this a 1 in 20 asphalt path, so it will be fully accessible, and that will provide access to the third Takarangi and right through to Bush Mart. We've got a draft concept for that space around Bush Mart, which is a starting point, which I'll show you shortly. And again, we know we had a lot of conversations around that and haven't been going through that sort of consultation process yet on that space. But the other thing that we're aiming to do over the next 2 years is to plant another 22,000 plants. So this whole area of, oh, sorry. Okay, one more. There we go. This whole area will be fully planted out by the end of winter 26. So that will make a huge difference to the site. I suppose just touching on where we're at in terms of that design is we've been working in the background sort of on these designs over the last year or so. We haven't been able to really bring anything to the board till now because we didn't have any confirmation on funding. So the first stage of work that we did, obviously we developed that. The planning that we've managed to get in for this winter, but yeah, there wasn't really any funding to back up what we've signed. So now that with the LGP being approved this year, yeah, it's allowed us to sort of move these designs a lot further ahead, and obviously now brings this update to you with some go forward in terms of where we can lead with the funding. So I just thought I'd throw that photo in there. That's standing on the second Takarangi in the central deck area, and that's sort of the view that we had over that part of the reserve. And as you can see, with these areas here that have all been planted out this winter. So just a little bit more detail on what the second Takarangi is looking like. The design itself is to pick up on and utilise the existing slope and not. So unlike the first one, we did quite a bit cut and fill to get that 1 in 20 gradient path. This is on hillside. So we've got sort of steps that come down, we join into that path network that's already existing, drop down the slope, and as we come around, we've got a large sort of deck at the bottom with seating. All the decking is designed to pick up and represent a weaved pattern. And then as we come back up through here to the central deck, again with the weaved pattern, and also the shelter over the top that also has rafters themselves have been designed so they look like they're weaved and interlocked together. And one little piece that we're looking at the moment is just a little section in the centre, which is done, so it'll be a hard cut cover, but with a resin, but there's a company in Christchurch that uses flax fibres within the resin, so instead of it being like a fiberglass, it's actually got a flax that helps bind it together. So the whole narrative around this design has been around harakeke and how we include that into the design itself. And just to give you some idea of how we expect it to look. So as you can see, especially up on this one here, the height differences we come out and down the slope, and with the shelf on the top. Really nice little seating area. So this shelf, this space here is intended to be a bit of an educational space. So it's big enough with seating that goes right around, another seat on the side with a nice central seat. That central seat, is the shape and design of it has been designed to again represent the seed pod of a flax flower as it's drying. So there's a lot of design thought that's gone into to pick up on all those little details around flax, how it works. It's the same with the other furniture that's on down on the bottom here. It was designed to represent the stem of the flax flower. So if you look at the individual pieces between where the flowers are, the stem actually has got a very slight curve in it. So it's picked up to represent that. And those seats can actually be added to the design in small sections that we can increase if we need to. The third takarani closer down towards Britain Art. It's the same size decking, but with a smaller spiral path that leads into it, and again fully accessible. Includes the weaved deck again with seating, and this one will also have a central poe. The poe itself hasn't been designed, we haven't engaged anyone yet to do that, so we're still having conversations with as part of the co-governance group as to where we go to and who we look to engage for that. And as mentioned, we've got this connection which we want to take through and connection with the existing path network that leads up to Britain Art. I suppose I just want to point out that this the boundary lines. So this boundary is actually part of Takapuna, that large grass area on the north side of Britain Art. We haven't really shown anything in terms of within Britain Art. The only thing we're sort of at this stage recommending is whether there's an opportunity to perhaps look at making a better access into that space, because at the moment that existing access through Britain Art is very tight. We know there's lots of conversations that we need to have around how that could look and work, and this is a starting point. What we also would like to look at incorporating is a seat where you sort of pick up around the Britain Art, as well as the opportunities to look with the harbour views, open up with view shafts as well, so back into Takapuna, back towards the third poe, and obviously tie up that connection with that existing path that leads up from Beach Road. At the moment, our current timing is moving forward with Takarani 2. We're aiming to have that completed and ready to open for Matariki next year, which is on the 20th of June. So that's what we're targeting. So we've got quite a tight timeline for ourselves. There's a lot of work in it. There's a lot of detail in that. All those decks, the work, the shelter. So that's currently out for tender at the moment, and we're that's closing next month, early next month, and aim to be on site in January. So we're giving ourselves a very tight push for that one. Takarani 3, we're aiming to build in the last 2 quarters. However, in the tender, we have also made it available if contractors wish to resource up and put more people onto it, then they can build both at the same time. So we don't want to sort of limit them if there's an opportunity to bring more resources onto to get it all built faster, as long as it doesn't compromise the completion of Takarani 2. Same with the path network, that second quarter of next year. The planting will be done over two winter periods. I think we had about 6,000 odd plants next year, and the other 15,000 in FY26. The reason we've got a large number in FY26 is just the availability of plants. It will take us that long to probably source them all and load them on. And then the other one is obviously doing some more conversations, consultation, board approvals for just that connection through out through Britomart. So we want to try and look at that early next year. And then the other one is just looking at the next sort of 3 to 5 years worth of work. Now we've got the LTP approved, with the work that we're proposing for what we're moving ahead with this stage. The next stage is looking at sort of car parking, toilets, finishing off that connection down to the red house, the car park that was proposed by the red house, signage interpretation, carrying on with revegetation and starting to look at the so it's the fit out of the red house, the barracks, and how those spaces get used and incorporated into the reserves. So that's sort of where we're heading to for the next few years and what we want to take off. And that's me. Any questions or anything you'd like to add, Paul?
Just the other thing to add would be that Debbie is developing an ecological plan for the reserve. And so what I'd like to, sooner rather than later, is to start looking at phasing out some of the plant histories and other things that are there. So it may come through the board, something to start cracking into really, because we don't want that to be an instant deforestation change. We want that to be sort of progress slowly-ish, so that ecological development of all that, I mean the whole site's an ecological restoration site really. And that would include removal of things like some of those macrocarpus down the bottom, mill some of that timber for future projects, and some of those poplars and willows that are around the old landfill site, and then restoring those. So that's sort of it's part of this project, but it might be something that we just start chucking away on as well.
Yes, we have questions. We've got first Nigel and then Tyrone for a start.
I have a lot of questions answered in my head, but just to cover some of the stuff, and thank you for your presentation. Very disappointed that Debbie couldn't be here. I think he's doing an amazing job around that design work. You know, going forward, I think about making we know where the money's there, is to continue this transparency with the community.
Yeah.
Because that's what the community knows. And also the question, what was my question? Yeah, the Britomart. The Britomart is going out to consultation. There is a friend in Britomart group being formed, and there's a request that they may want to try and set up a reserve committee around the Britomart. So that'll be coming up, I think, as a question.
Yeah, great.
But I think, making sure that consultation about the European content is really, really critical.
I already got a chat to Janice just before outside, and assured her that both Steve, Joe Grigg, and Kerry Bowen will be up for making sure that that level of engagement is really good and obvious. And I mean, from a Takapaniki point of view, we know that Takapaniki and Britomart talk strongly to each other, so we want to ensure that what we're doing to one doesn't, so that's absolutely part of the mandate.
Yeah. Can I just respond to your first one there, Nigel, around the community? So actually following this, I do have our comms team are doing a press releases tomorrow morning, just to give the community an update. So that will come out through the Akara Mail and the other main channels that the council use for providing updates.
Just one other thing you didn't cover was the other walkways zigzagging down. That's quite a spectacular idea.
Oh, I didn't either. Sorry. Yeah. So basically it provides a loop. So even though we've got a bit of work around that Britomart entranceway, so we won't construct that just yet, but just to sort of create a loop between the Takarangis where it comes down, because we're not coming right down to the red house at the moment. There is we're calling it a discovery trail. There's a bit of a switchback, some zigzags that lead back up, so you can actually do a nice loop. Within that space, there's a whole range of little bits that Debbie is designing that will be sort of almost, won't say play because they're not play, but sort of an interactive educational aspect as you work through that space.
Are they creative?
Yes.
Okay, you might be giving too much away.
No. So we're still working on some of those designs, some of those details, but yeah, it'll just, I suppose it adds a little bit of playfulness in terms of what the space is, without it being play. But it's fun. It's something for, I suppose, for kids, but it's just sort of education there as well, as opposed to the rest. So it's, yeah, there's sort of a whole lot of different things happening in different spaces all over that site. So yeah, so there's it's a lot of work in progress as we work through all these designs.
Up to Tyrone.
Thank you. Is there anything, Paul, that you don't get involved with on? But anyway, joking aside, so Nigel sort of asked the question one of the questions that I wanted to ask, just about like, yeah, obviously like the Friends of Britomart and all that sort of stuff have got an interest in that, but it sounds like, I didn't quite hear the answer, but it sounds like there are good faith discussions happening. Council staff are engaging with all the groups, and the conversations are progressing well and in good faith, right? That's kind of basically the thrust of that.
Yeah, that's where we're heading with it. It's very early days with those conversations. Yes. Yeah.
So cool. And so the community board can just get out of the way and let all that happen, I guess, which is cool. And the other thing was just around the National Reserve status. I know that's been bubbling away for a number of years. Is there any sort of update in that kind of space?
We've got planning advice on it in terms of the process, so we know what that looks like. So the process of engaging with the Department of Conservation, ministerial sign-off and all that. So we know what to do. I suppose the last time we talked about this at a co-governance level, we want to just do a little bit more due diligence that there's no unintended consequences on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so a scenario could be that yes, it goes through as a re-gazettal, and then the Department of Conservation takes the lead, and council then takes a step back, which I think would be tragic.
Yeah. Sorry, Paul, to interrupt, but that would be a natural consequence of going through that Reserves Act process.
Yeah, so what it would mean would be, what the outcome would probably more likely be is that the department would transfer management and control back to the local authority.
Oh, I see.
So there is provision for it. I look after dozens of reserves which are actually dock land, management and control is back with the council. So it's not unusual, but a site of this significance may, and what the worry is there is we've finally got the LTP budget. And so I'd hate to see backpedaling if that was going to be an outcome. So I think at this stage we just want to carry on with the really great work that Steve has brought in as project management skills to get this thing with momentum so that we can't stop. Yeah, and then
so there's no need to rush it or force it.
There's not. Sitting there, processes there, we know we can pull the trigger on it. I just suppose we've all got to be ready for that moment of time, and the message I've got from Rick is that there is no rush from
okay, cool. Well, say no more.
Long answer, sorry. Yeah.
Well, that's cool, thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question on what Nigel mentioned about transparency. There's a bit of talk in the community, so will there be more presentations like this to the community board ongoing?
Yeah, well, I think as mentioned, like it was a bit hard to bring anything back and out to the community when we had no certainty around the funding. We'd also didn't want to put designs out there of what this could look like and have nothing to back that up. So, the situation's changed now that LGP's been approved. So as of 1st of July this year, that gave us certainty of what we can now start talking about with the community and showing them and how it's going to progress. So yeah, so one of the things that I'm talking about with our comms team is to also get I suppose a dedicated web page that we can have for Takapuna, where we can show, the designs that we're working through and do updates through that way. So people can go on anytime and have a look. It's not just us having to come and talk to the community, it's they can jump on board anytime and see where we're at with the design. So yeah, I think you might have had something similar with that, Paul, with the wharf. Maybe?
Yeah, with the wharf, Naval Point, there's sort of an ongoing monthly update available for that. So I think we should do the same here. It's not consultation though. It's information. Yeah, because we've done the consultation. But yeah, absolutely. We need to do better. I think in a bunch of council projects on that information sharing forward, and Jane's doing great work, which you'll hear about soon in terms of Akaroa with updates.
Otherwise there leaves the room for.
Yep. Agreed.
Can I say something quickly too? I've been really excited and I've really enjoyed this journey that we've been on. It's been very hard being with the community. We want to bring the community with us. This is a story of the community of the peninsula, of everybody that's here. And it's great that you're here, and it's great to see we're not going to have any grey areas going forward. Well done.
I tell you what, this project's gaining national attention, which is really good but really scary. You hear people talk about it.
That's unfortunately all we have time for. We can talk about some of our big projects, and we can sit in the LTP and
well done.
Thank you. And thank you. It's great to see you here. We've just had a little word from the staff that potentially, if you would like us to potentially host any information on our website, we could work in collaboration. I think there's some nodding around about that. We can work together to do that. If that would be helpful. So
I'll get our comms team to just touch both of them with Liz, and Okay.
Great.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. It's so exciting.
It is.
So exciting.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, moving on right along. Can we have time? We're good. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, Akaroa Government Walk Daily Walk Update. Jane and Paul still here.
I want one of these.
So I think, can we start with the ping that way? Yeah, we can start.
All right, thank you. I'll try to keep this reasonably brief, so I know you've all had a massive day with a whole lot of information. Thank you very much. So yeah, basically, kia ora, I'm Jane Benton, and Paul is involved in this project as project sponsor and asset owner, and so working closely with Paul and with Debbie from Onuki Runanga also for the design of this wharf. So a couple of months ago, basically today we'll just touch on Akaroa Wharf and provide a bit of an update, and also talk about Drummond's Jetty and Daly's Wharf. I think it was about 4 months ago that we did a bit of a walk and talk to Daly's, Drummond's and Akaroa Wharf, and so really keen to share the progress since then. Akaroa Wharf design. So while the concept design was landed several years ago, there's been a lot of work that has continued as far as the design goes, particularly around the abutment. I'll do this little laser point there. There you go. So this section here of where the wharf connects into the land. So working with Debbie, this is one of the particularly meaningful moments of where the land connects with the sea, and making sure that that area continues to be really meaningful and continues to support and attract tourism to the area, but also being functional and strong enough for trucks and commercial vehicles to come and go from that area. So we've also been looking at the pontoon layout. You'll see between the two plans there's a slightly different layout for both of the pontoons, but the final layout is similar to this one here. We've been working closely with the Fishermen's Association, so we've had an evening out here to talk to them and run them through several options and get feedback from them, and also working with the harbour master to understand what would be the most suitable layout. So we've basically landed on something similar to this, not exactly this, but basically having the longer pontoon pushed out slightly from the wharf, so that you've got a lot more area that you can use. So that's really helping to future-proof the wharf going forward. With the overall design of it, we've done some geotech drilling in the area to understand what that basalt layer depth is like, because that helps determine the overall structure of the wharf and the pile, the spacings for the piles. I think it was about, late 2023, 4 boreholes were drilled. We are needing to come back and do some additional drilling to get further information so we can really confirm the design. So that's something that we're just working on at the moment, and we'll probably do early next year once the peak of that summer period has passed. So there will be some disruption with that, but we'll try to keep that as short and compact as possible so that we can fully go forward with the overall structural design and make sure that that's going to be suitable for the area. The materiality for the wharf. So as we get further into the details of this project, we're continuing to get our estimate updated. And at the moment, there are some financial challenges where we're needing to look at where we can save money and where we can pull back. So we've had the consultation has told us really loud and clear that the community don't want to see a big, ugly concrete structure. We don't want a New Brighton pier here. The community are wanting to see something timber and something softer in the area. But as we've worked through, unfortunately, we aren't able to build a completely timber structure, both from an upfront cost perspective and also from a long-term maintenance perspective. So we've explored a lot of different options of how we can make sure that we're still honouring the community's wishes and incorporating hardwood into the design, but also making sure it's something that we can afford to deliver, look after, and be strong enough for the vehicles using it for earthquakes and for that long-term future proofing. So we haven't locked down exactly what that will look like. However, we are working through some final options, and we're looking to have a community information session probably early next year. We're looking likely to be around February, where we can share some further plans and really commit to some things at that stage. And also share some of the really beautiful designs that Anuku are helping to feed through. So I don't want to, let the cat out of the bag too early with that, but I can tell you that there's some really amazing things, and it will really help attract that storytelling and the tourism for Akaroa, as well as Takapuniki with Akaroa Wharf, and lots of really cool opportunities. So yeah, we are aware that the lack of it being a completely timber structure is going to be really hard news for some people, and so we're sort of just slowly sharing that when we table that widely with the community, we're really wanting to attach those beautiful designs and the things that are going to mean that it's not just a big ugly concrete structure. So there's still lots of opportunities to touch on here. So working closely with Anuku and also with Isthmus, who are the urban designers, and Homes, who are the structural designers, we can have things like salvaged hardwood seating and kick rails and handrails. So there's still a lot of opportunities to make it special and meaningful. We've also been having a lot of conversations with the 2 buildings which are connected to the wharf. So both of these buildings are privately owned, both the buildings themselves and the substructure. Structurally connected with the wharf at the moment, but with us building a new wharf, we will need to have those structurally separated, which introduces quite a bit of complexity with making sure the services are still running from the wharf to the buildings, and ensuring that we've still got that pedestrian connection so people can still get into the Black Cat building and the Blue Pearl jewellery shop. So we've been having a lot of conversations with those building owners around that. I think our next one is tomorrow, and working through that. So that is, we're trying to get that right balance between ratepayer funds and our obligations and our commitments to them, and that risk management as well. The resource consent, so this is a publicly notified, or council have volunteered for this to be a publicly notified resource consent. And a lot of that resource consent application comes down to the construction methodology. So while we have the wharf there, we're kind of going above and beyond what the standard restrictions are for the areas where we're building it. So we're actually going through a process at the moment of the procurement to land on which contractor we'll be working with. So that's closing in about 3 weeks' time with our shortlisted contractors. And so from that point onwards, we will have much more certainty of what the likely method of building it will be. You can build the whole thing from a barge. You can build it from land, build a section, roll it right out, build the next section. And the different ways of building it have a huge impact on our resource consent application. If we put our application in for all the possible building methods in the world, it just wouldn't be feasible. So we're needing to lock down the contractor and the methodology before we can submit that resource consent. So that's on track to be submitted about April next year, March or April next year. And we will also be doing some ECI, so early contractor involvement with the contractors, to have them review the overall design and see if there's some opportunities within that to build it better, faster, smarter, and really get best bang for buck on the money that we're spending on this. And just, yeah, that note at the bottom of, as far as the methodology, it's really a balance between the cost and the community impact. If you built it entirely from the water, it would be very expensive, but you'd have a lower impact. If you built it entirely from land, huge, really disruptive community impact, would need a lot of laydown space, which just isn't what we want to do. We want to be able to make this a really great asset for the area and not piss off everybody in the process while we're building the thing. So we are doing a lot of interaction with the community already, having conversations with the Fishermen's Association, the building owners, working with Linda from the Art Gallery for that, seeing what we can incorporate into the new wharf, things that are currently at Aotearoa Wharf that we can incorporate into the new design. We're also doing regular Facebook post updates on Aotearoa what's happening. I think we've put about 5 or 6 of those on there this year to provide people with updates. But we really want to make it an opportunity for people to be able to come in, hear about it, hear around the design, and give people opportunity to have questions or voice any concerns. So if you are hearing any concerns at the moment, please do let us know, because we want to make sure we yeah, okay, cool. Really keen to hear those and understand those so we can factor that into how we're going forward. We've got a local photographer, Jason Crew, who's taking regular photos of Drummond's Wharf, and we're using that for our post, so there's been some cool opportunities for that community engagement, but we really wanted to lean into that up a lot more now as we're ramping up for Aotearoa Wharf. Before I jump into Drummond's and Dahlia's, do you want to add anything around Aotearoa Wharf?
Nothing really to add other than just, yeah, it's complicated. And the building owner stuff will be really interesting to see where we land with all that. And there is a risk that things may get substantially hung up, but hopefully we will not have that happen. Yeah. So we're working hard at it.
Yeah. So Drummond's and Dahlia's, so just a brief recap on those were both identified as appropriate alternatives for the area while Aotearoa Wharf is out of action. So if you take a wander down the road there or down Beach Road, you can see there's a whole lot of action going on at the moment. So Dahlia's Wharf, this is a recent photo here. The shelter there has been relocated. It previously was there in a particularly iconic shot, one of the most photographed wharfs in the Southern Hemisphere. So it's kind of heartbreaking that we've had to relocate it there, but we've needed to get under there to do all of the pre-cabling for the services and make it stronger so that larger vessels can use this going forward when it has the fish and the crane and the diesel bows there. But the shelter now has been completely restored and refurbished. So that will remain where it is now until the Aotearoa Wharf project is complete, and then it will go back to its rightful location at the end of the jetty. So that will be going back there once Aotearoa Wharf is opened again. And Drummond's Wharf, that's quite cool to stand over here and watch the work going on out there. The hardwood structure, so the jetty itself is nearing completion, and over the next couple of weeks you'll see the huge big gangways and pontoon come into place. So there's actually been, when we ran the tender, we pushed for the contractors to bring some innovation and some smart thinking to the overall design, and he did that with the pontoon arrangement here. So typically you have the pontoon, the great big concrete piles all around it, so that fixes it into place and it can go up and down at times. There's some really cool technology. This was actually invented in New Zealand called Marine Flex, which is essentially some massive big bungee cords that get fixed to the underside of the pontoon and hold it in tension down into the seabed. So that's what we're doing for the Drummond's pontoon. And it is cheaper, there is lower environmental disturbance, and with this pontoon, the intention is to have that flushed over to Aotearoa Wharf and used as the pontoon there, so it makes that relocation a whole lot simpler and more cost effective. So there's been a lot of really cool benefits with this. It will move slightly differently because as a vessel comes up against it, it may move slightly, but it is under constant tension. So we're going to be having some monitoring devices to understand how that moves compared to the other pontoon and understand that. But it's been used all over the world in a lot of places in New Zealand. First time here locally, but we're expecting some really cool things to come out of that. If you look out there at the moment, you can see the timber jetty goes to about there, but it is going to be basically triple that length. So it's going to be huge, and it's going to bring in a lot of extra foot traffic immediately into kind of that centre of the Aotearoa retail area. So yeah, this will be just a few weeks' time. And on that, so we've always been committing to opening up before Christmas, and we are on track to do that. So we would really love to welcome and invite the community board to be part of the opening event. So we're just locking down the final details, and invite will come out shortly, but that will likely be early on Wednesday, the 18th of December. And we'd love to have the community board present for that, and then pop over the road for a cup of tea and a bit of a snack and then go from there. Thank you. Any questions?
Not a stranger.
Okay, quickly, I want to get through this from the opening. Very great. Did all of discussion around the name of the wall?
Yes. Yes.
I'd like to talk about it as Davis Jetty because I think there's a lot of strong support there. But maybe we need to understand it somewhere along the line while we're opening. The names of the wharf, particularly if you're talking about those, Daly's is fairly substantiated. We talk about Aotearoa Wharf, there's actually no Aotearoa Wharf. And I think we're pure on naming, maybe we should look at all the names. I think it's a great thing moving forward. Coming back, what happened to the timber is a question that I have from people. What happened to the timber that was purchased for the decking on that one from the main wharf?
It wasn't purchased.
I thought it was purchased. I didn't understand it. Sorry. Okay, so it wasn't. Okay.
No, so purchase wood for Drummond's or Mitchell.
Okay.
So that's been purchased.
Right, okay, when we're finished with David's jetty, will there be a how are boats going to get on the? Because that's quite high. It's a great asset. Can I just say, town's loving it.
Oh, you mean later when the pontoons live?
Really high.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be quite usable at high tide. Yeah, it won't be a functional boat tie-up at low tide.
No, it's quite shallow there anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So there was, we had to commit to really doing it at that one level from a resilience point of view. The bloody tide used to undo bolts. I've never seen anything like it. The tide.
Well,
yeah. Anyway, so it needed to stay that constant height, and it'd be really interesting to see what the community thinks about the pontoons and what pressure that I'll come under to save the pontoons and somehow find some more money to put new pontoons in. But, yeah.
Just quickly, just one other one. The Civic Trust was involved in obviously the planning around what that wharf would look like, and subsequently, was their input still there, and has it been overridden by Debbie's stuff, or where does that sit? I think trying to understand any changes at the Civic Rock, the Design and Appearance Committee input, I believe, was there. Just where that's at.
Rākaihautū.
Yeah, just remain.
Fisherman's duty, fisherman.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some early consultation. I don't think there's been a formal update to that group. Well, the group doesn't exist now. They've sort of reformed, haven't they?
Yeah. So being reformed, it means that they can change anything you decide to do there. I mean, are we saying that the Design and Appearance Committee has been deformed?
Design and appearance. The Aotearoa design. Yep, so that still exists and it's called together when it's needed to. And whatever advice they gave to the wharf project at that time was just that. It was advice and guidance for the project developers to use as they saw fit.
No engagement, but advice.
Yeah.
So, like as Jane has alluded to, we want to get back out to people now. As you know, we raised this in our little walk that we did a while ago, and we expect there'll be some a lot of feedback on that. But at the end of the day, we really have to provide a commercially viable asset. The only other ways of really changing that would be to do something smaller in terms of funding, because we've got the budget we've got. So I'm hoping that, and you know, we've had some really good input from our designers and Onuku and engineers and all those people to come up with something that I think will meet that middle ground. But yeah, we'll just have to take that, you know, see what we get. Yeah.
We also have Tyrone with his hand up there. Once getting sore hands, he's been up for a while.
So regarding the main wharf, the Akaroa Wharf or Fisherman's Wharf or whatever we want to call it. So the part of the wharf that of the existing wharf that runs from, let's say, the end of the buildings to the end of the wharf. Does that make sense? So like the final third of it, let's say. Does that provide any access to deeper water that the rest of the wharf would not?
Yes. Short answer.
Right.
Yeah, vessels with a larger draft, it is deeper water there. However, where the pontoons are placed does provide sufficient depth for the vessels that we're designing the wharf around.
Yeah, so there's one specifications that the pontoons will cater for, and there's boat depth, draft, weight, length specifications that the pontoons will cater for, and there's something probably slightly different that the rest of the wharf would cater for in that slightly deeper area for the occasional larger boat. So yeah, the end of the wharf will have a functional as well as a recreational component to it.
Okay, cool, thank you. And how many do we have, just off the top of our heads, like how many different commercial uses are there? I mean, obviously we've got Black Cat and we've got the dolphins and the odd tender from a cruise ship potentially. But yeah, what else have we got using the wharf regularly?
We've got Pippy Journeys, we've got a collection of people from the Fishermen's Association. Probably got, I'd probably name about 10 off the top of my head, and then all our other operators.
Forgive my ignorance on this, but like how much right now, like commercial fishing operating using, you know, from the wharf, how is that still a thing?
Yeah, I think there's at least 3.
Right. Yeah.
Commercial fishermen, if not 4.
That berth at the wharf?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, wharf or pontoon, depending on what they need. Occasional mussel, Akaroa salmon from time to time.
Well, they use it as a
but we also didn't want to, we sort of need to think what may the future look like, in terms of fisheries coming back or not, you know, so we wanted to not shortchange Aotearoa in terms of its potential growth. So.
The aeroplane's pulling up alongside the electric ones in 10 years' time.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Anyway, thank you. I'm sort of getting a sense of where you're heading anyway, so that's cool.
Great. Any other questions from the members? I think that you've just given so much detail. You've answered many of our questions already. It's really good to have an update because obviously, you know, we're seeing changes and we heard go back like 4 or 5 months ago before things are changing. So thank you for coming and updating. Some of that can trickle back through sort of our channels so we can pass on to people and maybe head some things off before they're concerned or.
Yeah, and that's always best. I mean, I'd much rather pick up the phone and talk to someone or meet them out here.
I'm just saying that the piles, the hammering them in the piles, I've moved in just around the corner from there, and it has not been very bad at all.
Good.
It's been very actually.
You're quite hard of hearing though, let's be honest.
Hard of hearing. Not that bad.
What did they So yeah, what were you saying about pick up the phone or contact the police?
Yeah, look, please do. It's much easier than dealing with it later. And, you know, Jane roared over here the other day and just solved so many problems by face-to-face and other things, which I really appreciate because it's just so much simpler.
Right, we'd go through our staff to contact you.
Yeah, welcome to call either of us, and yeah, I'll be out here more and more often as things ramp up. But yeah, I mean, as part of the resource consent process, concerns from people will come through, and things can be addressed either formally through the resource consent process, but we'd so much rather have a cup of coffee and have a chat with people. Where we can do that in that first instance, it's often a lot easier and a lot nicer, get better outcome.
Yes, yeah, better than that Chinese whisper scenario that can happen. Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
Cool. Thank you.
Good to see you again. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'm doing another different stuff. I'm sorry, I didn't do another half an hour. What are you talking about? You're trying to rush me. There have been a lot of information. Right, let's finish with the card here. In here, in here, in here, te wātia, te wāma, te naraka, te tihana, te waiora, e te arakakata, koera e rau, ka eria, ake ke runga, ke tina, ue, taiki e. Well, thank you, and elected members can stay quiet.
Thanks all. Cheers.
Thank you guys online. Really